Christie's? Why didn't they ask Evans? Sunday 9:25 on ABC and ABC iView.
Nice. I am Walter Blunt.
Why is he sniffing like that?
Mysteries that have intrigued us for centuries.
My name is Gideon Bannister.
Do you get paid the same whether a woman's a witch or not?
Everyone was like vibrating.
Movies, it's clear, still compel us.
New levels.
Mind games? Are you playing?
June on TV Plus.
Good evening, it's Friday the 3rd of June. Here are our top stories. Jubilee celebrations continue in the UK as the Queen sits out major events. The Foreign Minister says security in the Pacific is a matter for the Pacific family as she visits Tonga. Joe Biden pleads for the carnage of gun violence to stop and seeks a ban on assault weapons. And South Korea abandons quarantine requirements for unvaccinated travellers. You're watching The World. Hello there, I'm Yvonne Yong. Also tonight, the Malaysian photographer saving threatened plant species in his own backyard. Celebrations for Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee have continued today with a Thanksgiving service at St Paul's Cathedral. The service was attended by senior royals and politicians, including the current Prime Minister Boris Johnson and several of his predecessors. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex were also present, having flown in specially for the celebrations. But the Queen herself was not in attendance after experiencing some discomfort during yesterday's events. ABC reporter Michelle Rimmer is in London. Now, Michelle, what can you tell us about the event in St Paul's Cathedral and also other highlights on this second day of celebrations?
Well, this service of Thanksgiving wasn't open to the public, but it was broadcast live on TV across the UK, and it was an event that was designed to, I guess, be a chance to give thanks and praise to the Queen's 70 years of her reign. Now, this was due to be the second major event for the Queen to attend. However, we learned last night that she wouldn't be in attendance. That was after she felt some discomfort while standing on the balcony attending the Trooping the Colour parade. Prince Andrew was another notable absence. That was after he contracted COVID-19. Now, this event included hymns, there was a sermon, and the usual pomp and ceremony that we'd expect from royal events. It was attended by Prince Charles and Camilla. They were there representing the Queen. There was also the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. They were part of the formal procession of working royals. And then just before them, arriving later than the main public, but not with the senior working royals, were Prince Harry and Meghan. This was an event that was designed to give thanks to the Queen, and there were people surrounding St Paul's Cathedral. While the public couldn't get inside, thousands turned out hoping to catch a glimpse of their favourite royal on the day.
Yes, Michelle, we did catch a glimpse of Prince Harry and his wife Meghan as they entered. They've flown in from the US for the occasion. What has the media coverage been like in the UK surrounding their appearance at these four-day celebrations?
So far, around the events we've seen so far and in the lead-up, it's been relatively muted. Prince Harry and Meghan have kept under the radar so far. They weren't involved in any of the public events yesterday, and for the most part, the media has kept coverage around the events and the Jubilee weekend quite positive. It's been about the Queen, it's been about her service and really marking her and keeping her as the lady of the moment. There has been some speculation as to how Prince Harry and Meghan would interact with other royals. This is the first time that we'll see both of them together with other members of the royal family in public. And there's been a lot of speculation as to how they'd interact at public events, in particular today's service. In particular with the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, after some speculation that there was some sort of stoush going on between the two brothers. However, those looking for a reaction didn't get one today. There were no positive or negative interactions. They've kept fairly separate, both at the service today and now at the reception that's being held just down the road, being hosted by the Lord Mayor.
And as you say, Michelle, all the attention has been focused on the Queen. What has been revealed about the state of her health?
So far, not a lot, and that's been the case almost for the past year that we've had the Queen's health has been in question. There have not been a lot of details. Yesterday, the Queen made 2 public appearances. That was on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. She appeared to be smiling and enjoying the display. However, we've since learned that she was in discomfort and that everything wasn't as it seemed. For the last year, as I said, there have been questions around the Queen's health, who have seen her using a walking stick. She spent a night in hospital. In February this year, she was diagnosed with COVID-19. That was a major setback. The Queen has missed a series of major events that she would usually attend, that we'd expect her to attend. This is the latest, and it's another reminder that at 96 years of age, the Queen, there's a limit to what the Queen can do, and she's trying her hardest to be there and to be part of this weekend, which is really a 4-day event in her honour, a 4-day party, and she's taking part where she can, but it's not entirely a surprise that she has withdrawn from this event.
And it's also now believed the Queen won't be attending Epsom Downs Derby tomorrow, and that Princess Anne will be going in her place. Do you think it's likely we won't be seeing the Queen for the rest of the 4-day celebrations?
There's a very real likelihood that the 2 balcony appearances that we saw of the Queen yesterday are the extent of the Queen's participation in this 4-day Jubilee celebrations. We know how much the Queen loves horses. We know how much she loves horse racing. Her own horses often take part in this derby. It's only the 3rd time in her 70-year reign that she'll be missing the Epsom Downs. And as you said, we've learned that she will not be attending, that she'll be represented by her daughter, Princess Anne. It's a shame that we won't. However, as we've heard, she's been experiencing discomfort, and a big day at the races outdoors, though it will be sitting, her mobility issues will make it very difficult. So again, it's not surprising that she won't be there. There will be a lot of disappointed people in Britain and around the world that were looking forward to seeing the Queen be the central figure of this 4-day weekend of celebrations. However, I know there are a lot of people that were glad to see her yesterday, and it means a lot to royal fans that she did take part in at least one event.
Michelle Rimmer in London, thank you. Foreign Minister Penny Wong has used a second trip to the Pacific to reaffirm Australia's commitment to maintaining security in the region. During a visit to Tonga, Senator Wong said regional security should be a matter for the Pacific family. Her counterpart from China is on the final leg of a 10-nation blitz, with Beijing still attempting to push through a regional security deal. PNG correspondent Natalie Whiting with this report.
Touchdown in Tonga, an audience with the King and meetings with the Prime Minister.
We are not a government or a country that wants to come in and tell you what you should do.
Tonga welcomed the early visit from the new Foreign Minister.
This is a clear sign of the Australian government's strong commitment to strengthening our bilateral relations and engagement with our region.
The visit came with a pointed message.
We want regional security to be dealt with, to be the responsibility of the Pacific family, of which we are a part.
Elsewhere in the Pacific, China's Foreign Minister was welcomed with open, or rather linked, arms in PNG. Wang Yi held formal talks with his counterpart before calling on the Prime Minister. PNG wants the focus on economic development, not geopolitics.
Papua New Guinea's fundamental foreign policy has always been friends to all, enemies to none.
Both were asked about the Solomon Islands security deal.
The Solomon Islands has asked us for security cooperation with China. We are not building a military base in this region.
And about a failed attempt to get 10 Pacific nations to sign off on a sweeping agreement that covered security and trade. It's not dead, but could be delayed.
In accordance with the wishes of the 10 island countries that have established diplomatic relations with China, we are also willing to build a sub-regional cooperation platform.
Pacific Island countries which China has bilateral agreements have decided to postpone this discussion to next year.
after his brief meetings here in PNG. Wang Yi left to fly out to Timor-Leste, where he has a full schedule this evening and tomorrow, including meeting with the President and Prime Minister there and signing a number of agreements. That will then bring an end to his unprecedented 8-country tour of the region. Natalie Whiting, ABC News, Port Moresby.
In a fiery plea for change, US President Joe Biden has appealed to American lawmakers to end the carnage and do something about the country's gun problem. In a primetime address to the nation, Mr. Biden called for assault weapons to be banned, saying they've turned schools and homes into killing fields. America has been shaken by a number of recent mass shootings, including a rampage in a hospital on the morning of Joe Biden's speech. North America correspondent Jade McMillan reports.
Yet another mass shooting in a country all too familiar with them.
God, he's getting his rifle out of his trunk. They're all getting their rifles and it's in a medical building.
Colleagues paid tribute to 3 staff and 1 patient shot dead at a medical office in Oklahoma.
When I woke this morning, I really just wanted this to all be a bad dream, but this is the reality of our world right now.
A reality the president says Americans shouldn't stand for.
There are too many other schools, too many other everyday places that have become killing fields.
Joe Biden pointed to shootings at a school in Texas and a supermarket in New York State to argue assault weapons and high-capacity magazines should be banned. If that's not possible, he wants politicians to increase the age limit for purchasing the guns from 18 to 21. He's also calling for expanded background checks and so-called red flag laws.
It's time to act for the children we've lost, for the children we can save, for the nation we love. For God's sake, how much more carnage are we willing to accept? How many more innocent American lives must be taken before we say enough, enough?
Joe Biden is trying to pressure Congress, but similar efforts after previous tragedies have failed. And so far, there's little sign of his proposals standing a chance in the Senate. A House committee hearing on a package of gun control measures only reinforced the political divide.
You are not going to bully your way into stripping Americans of fundamental rights.
A debate over the rights of gun owners and of children to be kept safe. Jade McMillan, ABC News, Washington.
At least 2 people have been rushed to hospital after a massive fire engulfed a business centre in Moscow. Authorities managed to rescue 125 people from the building, but there are still fears that several people could be trapped inside. Russian emergency officials engaged 180 firefighters, dozens of vehicles and 3 helicopters to combat the fire. Officials are yet to determine the cause of the blaze. The federal government has backed a wage increase for low-paid workers in line with inflation in a new submission to the industrial umpire. In the election campaign, Labor criticised the coalition for not doing enough to ensure wages kept pace with cost of living. The new Employment and Workplace Relations Minister has now formally asked the Fair Work Commission to ensure wages at least keep pace with inflation, currently 5.1%.
We want to make sure that wages can get moving, and the first step of that was taken today to make sure, as a starting point, that the position of the government is that we do not want low-paid workers to go backwards.
About 180,000 Australians are paid the minimum wage, which is currently a little over $20 an hour. The government's submission covers workers on the minimum wage and others on low-paying award rates. 30 years ago today, the High Court handed down the groundbreaking Mabo decision, which struck out the notion that Australia was an empty land before the British arrived. Eddie Mabo's legacy is continued by many First Nations communities seeking to reclaim their land, including the Ngunnawal people, who today lodged a native title claim over the entire ACT. And a warning to Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander viewers, this report contains pictures of people who have died. Here's Indigenous Affairs reporter Jed Acosta.
A day of reflection and celebration on Kabi Kabi country. Torres Strait Islander dancers paid tribute to a pioneer of land rights.
That conviction took his fight
as far as the High Court in this country.
It was 30 years ago that Eddie Koiki Mabo and 5 other Mer Islander plaintiffs won their High Court case to abolish the concept of terra nullius.
That we're taking the matter to court.
It was during his time as a gardener at James Cook University that Koiki started his campaign, when historians told him that technically he didn't own his land on Mer Island.
They say they want their land back, and they're seeking a Supreme Court order declaring them the rightful owners.
Sadly, Mabo died only months before his hard work was recognised. The feeling of hearing the news is forever etched into his daughter's memory.
Everything he did, it wasn't in vain. He achieved what he set out to do, which was get his land back.
The Mabo process paved the way for successful native title claims across the country, but for communities who have missed out, the process can be heartbreaking. The Yorta Yorta people in Victoria were one of the first mobs to lodge a claim, but were dismayed when it was rejected.
It's a wonderful thing for people to be able to get to the table, but in regards to real rights for us and land rights, it's not there.
The future of land rights has been on the agenda this week at one of the biggest events on the Indigenous calendar at the IATSA Summit on the Sunshine Coast.
All nations all coming here for, talking about their goals, to restore our culture.
And today, in a nod to Mabo's fight, the Ngunnawal people have announced they are working on a major native title claim. 300 family groups will register the claim over all of the ACT and parts of New South Wales.
We want to make a very clear statement that this is Ngunnawal land, it always was, and it always will be.
For the Mabo family too, Eddie Koiki's legacy is ever evolving.
To me, he's my hero. And 30 years on, he will still remain my hero.
A hero who shook the foundations of Australian law. Jetta Costa, ABC News, Cubby Cubby Country.
It's now been 100 days since Vladimir Putin launched his invasion on Ukraine. After months of build-up, many expected a quick victory by Russian forces, but it's turned into a long and bloody war. I'm joined by Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, Michael Bosecue. Michael, good to have you on our show again. Now, on February the 24th, when Russia launched its invasion on Ukraine, did you think the war would still be playing out 100 days later?
Good to be with you. Sadly, yes, because I think what is playing out now is straight out of the playbook of what's been happening in the Donbass. As you know, the war there has been on since 2014, and since then, well over 10,000 dead. And what the Russians tend to do is to secure land, mostly by artillery, and then they occupy it by boots on the ground. And their strategy, as we're seeing playing out now, very eerily actually, is again to occupy the lands they've held, basically the eastern Donbass region and that southern part, and then to draw the heat up or draw the heat down as they wish by the use of those long-range cruise missiles that can strike as far as Lviv in Ukraine. So that's their way of kind of turning up the heat or down on Ukraine and on the West as they wish. So it's very sad, actually, that it has gone so long with so much territory lost to Ukraine, so much territory lost to Russia, about 1/5 of Ukraine's territory, according to Mr. Zelensky, and of course, so many thousands of innocent civilians' lives.
Indeed. What's your assessment of where things are at now? Is there a side that can claim more victories than the other 100 days on?
Well, certainly Mr. Putin cannot claim victory from his so-called special military operation because he thought it would be a cakewalk and that he could take cities like Kiev and there would be very little resistance. But a couple of things there. The Ukrainian army was much, much better prepared than in 2014 when they took Crimea and Donbass. And secondly, the level of patriotism, the level of will to resist Russia is very, very high. But at the moment, what we're seeing right now is they do control a much bigger percentage of Donetsk and Luhansk, almost entirely Luhansk, as well as they really wanted to get that southern land corridor connecting Crimea with mainland Russia. And now it appears they have Kherson, which is a kind of outpost for them on the west side of the Dnipro River. So strategically very important to them. But having said that, Ukraine has regained so much territory, secured the capital, it's regained Kharkiv and many other strategic areas.
Well, the landscape of Ukraine, how has that changed as many towns and cities recover from sustained attacks?
Well, as I've just described what's been taken, but you know, Yvonne, I mean, it's really incalculable, as I wrote on my blog post today about 100 days, is the real human cost. Mr. Putin has weaponized migration, he's weaponized food, and he's weaponized energy. But one of the biggest things he's done, of course, is he's displaced about a quarter of Ukraine's population. It's hard to fathom. Many people displaced inside Ukraine, but of course many have gone to faraway countries, including Australia. So that will take a very long time to kind of get people back to rebuild. And then also there's the huge, almost incalculable financial cost, upwards of $680 billion to rebuild what's been damaged.
Well, you lived in Ukraine for much of the war. Can you share with us some of your experiences of daily life there over the past 100 days?
Sure. Well, you know, I've been among the most bombed out places in the world, including the Gaza Strip. And what I've seen, you know, in parts of Ukraine, especially Chernihiv, I've not seen anywhere else. You have populated villages where you have 2, 3, sometimes 4 bomb craters, 500-pound bomb craters. And, you know, we looked inside these craters, and it's difficult to talk about. You know, you see shredded teddy bears, you see broken toys. It's a symbol of the broken lives that have been caused by these bombs. I lived in Lviv for a long time, around the corner from the military church there, and you cannot walk by you can walk by on any day and you'll see multiple funerals, sometimes 2, 3, 4 servicemen being buried at one time. You see the families, and it just breaks your heart. It really does. It
really is saddening. In the areas now occupied by Russian forces, how do Ukrainian citizens there carry on with everyday life?
It's extremely difficult because what the Russians are doing, they're eradicating any sense of Ukrainian culture, of Ukrainian life. We've just read reports that the Russians intend to keep schools open in occupied areas so that children can be introduced to Russian curriculum. They get rid of Ukrainian media. They force people to go onto the Russian cell phone network. Any sign of Ukrainian life, Ukrainian culture is eradicated. Schools, libraries, that sort of thing. And then yesterday there was a report on Ukrainian media that the Russians forced people trying to evacuate out of Kherson of dropping all the produce they have when there's a food shortage. So forced starvation. And then, of course, finally those mass deportations, upwards of 1 million people forcibly deported to Russia.
What impact have Western sanctions had on the war so far?
Well, certainly not as much as Western leaders had hoped. First of all, these sanctions should have been introduced way before the war was triggered. But secondly, they were introduced in phases, and I don't think Mr. Putin or the inner circle around him are really feeling them. You know, there was a story recently written by an insider who works for a Russian oligarch family, and she said the only difference for them is now they can't go to southern France, they have to go to Dubai. I have always said that the only way these sanctions will become extremely biting for all of his circle is we reach the point where if you're a Russian oligarch or associated with Mr. Putin, the only place you can go to vacation is North Korea or those Spratly Islands that are controlled by the Chinese. That will hit them very hard.
And Michael, do you think we've seen the peak of the attacks so far?
Unfortunately not. We will probably see the peak when the Ukrainians get what they have asked for, that very sophisticated lethal weaponry, but most importantly, the ability to close their skies to long-range cruise missiles from Russia, those that are able to strike Lviv, Kiev, and other populated centers that are not occupied, because that causes so much uncertainty, death, and destruction.
Just finally, amid all these attacks and destruction, you've written about some of the positives that have come out of the war.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, indirectly, Mr. Putin has caused so much unity in the West to help and come defend Ukraine. He's reunited this sense of Ukrainian patriotism that we haven't seen before. And then also, Yvonne, in this restructuring, rebuilding, we may have actually seen the last of that oligarch-controlled economy that has so debilitated Ukraine over the past decades. We may have even seen the end of oligarch-controlled media in Ukraine, which is very important. So we have to also look at these positives that have happened, and of course go anywhere, including Australia. And people know so much about Ukraine now, and there's so much support for the Ukrainian people. It's unprecedented.
Michael Bosaku, good to get your thoughts 100 days on since the start of the war. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Police have shot and killed 4 people in Kenya following a protest against conflicts caused by the local wildlife. Demonstrators blocked a highway for several hours and littered the roads with burning debris, leading police to intervene. Residents were calling on the Kenya Wildlife Service to find a solution to the threats caused by animals, especially elephants, in the region. A court in the US has upheld Harvey Weinstein's rape conviction after the disgraced film producer appealed his sentence. Weinstein tried to argue the judge at the 2017 trial had prejudiced him by allowing women to testify about allegations that were not part of the criminal case. A New York judge has dismissed the appeal, ordering the 70-year-old to continue his 23-year sentence. Now, some of us might feel proud if we manage to keep an indoor plant alive, but a man in Malaysia is single-handedly helping to save thousands of species of endangered jungle flora as land clearing and logging pushes them further towards extinction.
It looks like a botanical garden, but it's actually Cesare Zacaria's backyard. He was working as a nature photographer in the Malaysian state of Terengganu when he noticed the effect land clearing was having on local plant life.
I felt that it would be a waste if we let it continue, so I thought it would be better for me to save them, bring them back and replant at home. At the same time, I can record the species available in Terengganu.
Mr. Zakaria, who goes by the nickname Doma, estimates he's helped conserve more than 2,000 plants, including 200 types of wild orchid.
Sometimes there are orchid species that are yet to be named, so if we do not conserve or save them, we would never know the existence of the species. So that's a big loss to the country.
From what we know about Doma, he began as a nature photographer before linking up with universities and scientists to learn more about plants. So he is self-taught, in the sense where he just learned everything himself.
He's also self-funded through sales of his photographs, which also serve to help botanists identify and document the plants. In the last 20 years, it's thought Malaysia has lost 29% of its tree cover, and more than 500 plant species have been classified as threatened.
We live on this earth and we don't have any other planets that can support humanity like this one. So if humans destroy their own land, indirectly they are creating their own hell.
Meanwhile, Doma keeps working to keep his patch of paradise alive. Lauren Beldy, ABC News.
Non-vaccinated travellers heading to South Korea will no longer have to quarantine from next Wednesday as part of a new easing of COVID-19 travel restrictions. The country will also start lifting aviation regulations imposed on international flights to address issues with rising prices and limited tickets. However, travellers will still need to provide a negative PCR test result prior to entry and within 72 hours after arrival. Recreational divers say there's been an increase in the number of grey nurse sharks off the New South Wales Illawarra coast. The species is listed as critically endangered on the east coast of Australia, with only a few thousand of them still thought to be left in the wild.
Grey nurse sharks are a familiar sight in these turquoise waters off Shell Harbour.
They're basically the Labradors of the ocean.
They're such a friendly, relaxed animal.
These divers have been swimming here with the critically endangered species for decades. They're seeing more of them now than in previous years.
Even though they build this time of year before they leave for winter, to see this many sharks here is unusual, very unusual.
But those monitoring the species say it's still under threat of extinction.
They are starting to show a bit of recovery, but there's sort of nowhere near getting back to the numbers that they were before they severely declined.
It's not necessarily an indication that the population at large is growing. It could just be a consequence of the seasonal movements.
Experts estimate there are only around 2,000 of the sharks left along the east coast of Australia. They believe it's worth considering whether to return this site to the list of habitats deemed critical for their protection.
We need to keep a very close eye on the grey nurse shark because it's very much at risk.
But these divers remain hopeful about what they've been witnessing.
I think they're making a comeback. Yeah, from the mass slaughter days of the late 60s, yeah, they're well on their way back.
Positive signs for a recovering species. Ainsley Druitt-Smith, ABC News, Shellharbour.
You're watching The World. The top stories we're following tonight. Jubilee celebrations continue in the UK with a service at St Paul's Cathedral, but the Queen has missed the event. The Foreign Minister visits Tonga, reaffirming Australia's commitment to security in the region. And Joe Biden has called for a ban on assault weapons following a series of mass shootings in the United States. 2 weeks into the job, and Foreign Minister Penny Wong is on a mission to shore up relations between Australia and Pacific nations. The Senator has travelled to Tonga, where she's met with the King to discuss Australia's continued involvement and support for the island nation.
This is an early visit, and the reason is we wanted to be very clear about the importance of our relationship with the Kingdom of Tonga, its people, and more broadly, our relationship with the Pacific. In terms of the new Australian government, we were elected less than 2 weeks ago, and we were elected with a very clear position that we would put in more energy and more resources, bring new energy and more resources to our relationship with the Pacific. We also were elected with a very clear position on climate change. And I speak as someone who was once the Climate Minister for Australia many years ago, that the Australian people have voted for a government and a parliament that is supportive of more ambitious action on climate change, and that is what we will do at home and in the world. But I do want to say to you that the experience of your country and the experience of Pacific Island nations, the real present national security, economic and existential risk and threat, which is the climate change that you are experiencing, gives you a powerful voice in the world and in the region on this issue, and we have heard that and we will work with you.
Foreign Minister Penny Wong there. Police say a gunman who fatally shot 5 people, including himself, at an Oklahoma medical building had gone there to kill a doctor who he blamed for post-surgery back pain. It's believed the suspect purchased a semi-automatic AR-15 style rifle just hours before the shooting and was also armed with a handgun. The shooting comes on the heels of 2 other mass killings that has reignited a long-standing debate over tightening firearms controls in America.
We have multiple policies and practices in place that are designed to deal with difficult situations, difficult patients, unhappy patients, and but nothing that we have in place. I don't know that any health system in the country has in place can stop somebody with 2 weapons that are hell-bent on causing harm.
After a 6-week trial that was followed by millions of people on TV and online, a US jury this week found Amber Heard defamed her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. Both parties aired a tangle of abuse allegations, with each arguing their careers had been damaged. Barry Levine is an investigative journalist and has authored several books related to the Me Too movement, including The Spider, Inside the Criminal Web of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And he's been following this case and joins me now out of New York. Barry, good to have you with us. Now, do you think this trial became much more than just about who defamed who? How would you summarise what's gone on in this case?
Well, I would say this has been here in America the most outrageous trial I have seen in terms of hate being vented since the O.J. Simpson case in the 1990s. I'm amazed at how social media took over this case and really made Johnny Depp their hero and made Amber Heard their villain. And, you know, the irony here is that this was a case about defamation. He had sued her, and then she filed a counterclaim against him. And if anyone ended up being defamed, certainly it was Amber Heard, and sadly, the Me Too movement here in America.
Tell us a bit more about why you think there's been so much interest in this case.
Well, I think, listen, you had all the makings of a sensational case. The fact that it was carried on television, it was live streamed. It wasn't like the OJ case, one camera. There were multiple cameras in the courtroom. And you have today social media. You had the TikToks, the memes, the Instagram followers. And Amber Heard, for whatever reason, and it's very complicated why she became so hated over the 6 weeks, but it took over the case. And I'm convinced that the jurors who were not sequestered in a hotel, they were able to go home each night during the 6 weeks. There was also a 10-day break in the trial. I'm absolutely convinced that they heard from friends and family, even though the judge had instructed them not to listen to read any newspaper or listen to any television. I'm absolutely sure that they were influenced in some way in their decision by social media. And there's a famous author here, feminist author Jessica Valenti, who wrote yesterday that Heard has become a completely dehumanized stand-in for all the hate people have towards women, but can't find a way to justify it. And you saw that on social media, how she was skewered. There were death threats against her. There were rape threats against her. She came across from courtroom watchers as maybe being a little disingenuous in her responses. But she moved a nerve in a lot of people. They didn't like her. They viewed Johnny Depp as a flawed hero, as a kind of a cool, tough guy. And they were willing to listen to what he had to say about their dysfunctional marriage, the violence, his admitted drug use. For some reason, he was given a pass, and Amber Heard was not, and she is the one who now is going to suffer because her career is, without question, damaged beyond repair.
Do you think then she has a case for appeal, and is she likely to go forward with one given all that's happened throughout this trial?
You know, that's an excellent question. We do know that she has herself put up $6 million for her legal fees, and now she has a judgment against her by this court for $8 million. So I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching whether she wants to move forward.
Well, the jurors also found that Mr. Depp had defamed Ms. Heard, but to a lesser extent.
Yes, it was a bit of a contradictory decision in that regard, but they didn't find, the jury technically found one of his former lawyers that he had actually called it a hoax when he said that she claimed that she had smashed up their penthouse apartment, and in fact the jurors found that to be untrue, so they awarded her $2 million as part of that. But the big takeaway here is that he was found to have been victorious in this trial. All this came down to a very simple opinion piece that she wrote in the Washington Post, in which she simply said that she was a public figure who was a representative of domestic violence. And to me, and I think many of those who, legal experts who saw it, is that she did not libel him in any way. She had been on the cover of People magazine with bruises and a cut lip. She had filed a restraining order at the end of their marriage, the end of their 15-month marriage against him. She was clearly a representative of domestic violence. But this case, over the 6 weeks, absolutely spiraled out of control to a point that I have never seen in terms of covering trials during my career.
So, Barry, what impact do you think this will have on other similar, less high-profile cases in the country?
Well, I think that for women, this was a very dark day, particularly for women who are victims of domestic violence. After reading and seeing what Amber Heard went through, there will be women who will be fearful of challenging and coming forward. And I think that's a very sad thing.
And the trial has heard both give vastly different accounts during the relationship, the violence that happened. How difficult would it have been for the jury to reach their verdict, given the contradiction throughout the whole trial, do you think?
Well, I mean, they clearly, this trial wasn't so much about facts as it was about sympathies. That often happens in a defamation case like this, particularly one that's heard in front of a jury. I want to point out, and I think it's extremely important to say, that Johnny Depp had sued a newspaper in London, calling him a wife beater in a headline related to his marriage against Amber Heard. And that was not heard by a jury, but a judge made the decision. And the judge found 12 of the 14 instances of domestic abuse that Amber Heard had alleged. The judge found that to be true. So you have a completely different outcome here in America than you had in the UK.
It's interesting to make the comparisons. Barry Levine, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
COVID-19 is now a normal part of life for many Australians, but many end up with symptoms of illness long after they should have recovered. It's now thought anywhere between 2 and 40% of those who catch the virus are ending up with long COVID. Isabel Damon takes a look at the treatments on offer and what's working.
Bruce and Di McCallum were among the first Australians to catch COVID-19. They picked up the virus on the Ruby Princess cruise ship in early 2020. Life hasn't been the same since.
I've aged probably 10 years in the last 2 years.
I lost my sense of taste and smell immediately, and I'm happy to say I've just got it back.
The McCallums are among dozens of South Australians referred to a new team at the Royal Adelaide Hospital's Long COVID Clinic.
Primarily what we give them is reassurance that the symptoms that they're experiencing are real. That's usually the first question we get asked. Is this just in my head, or is this really due to COVID?
The clinic links patients up with a range of different specialists and tracks their progress. Physiotherapists, heart and lung doctors, neurologists and psychological services, to name a few.
One of the most common symptoms we've seen with the long COVID umbrella is anxiety and also depression. And whilst this may be short term, we want patients to be able to access the care early in their recovery.
And I can see, that they're learning from us as much as we're learning from them.
There's evidence a person's risk of developing long COVID may be reduced by antiviral drugs taken within the first week of contracting COVID. 2 oral medications have so far been added to the PBS, but are only available to higher risk patients. Doctors say the community is slowly becoming more aware of different treatment options.
As we move through the winter months, I think we're going to see more uptake of the oral antiviral medication, particularly as people go and see their usual GP.
Specialists say it could still be years before the full health impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is understood. They say while treatments are still being researched and confirmed, the best defence against severe and long illness is vaccination. Isabel Damon, ABC News, Adelaide.
The UN has warned humans are over-consuming to such a level that 3 planet Earths would be needed to meet current demand. It comes ahead of a 2-day climate summit in Germany. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres is urging world leaders to act swiftly.
Earth's natural systems cannot keep up with our demands. We are consuming at the rate of 1.7 planets a year. And if global consumption were at the level of the world's richest countries, we would need more than 3 planet Earth. We face a triple planetary crisis. A climate emergency that is killing and displacing ever more people each year. We know what to do. And increasingly, we have the tools to do it. But we still lack leadership and cooperation. So today I appeal to leaders in all sectors. Lead us out of this mess.
A pride of rare white lions are exploring their new home at a zoo in Venezuela after arriving from the Czech Republic. The trio, which are native to southern Africa, are currently undergoing quarantine before they move to a bigger enclosure later this month. The majestic mammals have already attracted thousands of visitors to the park, which is hoping to boost numbers amid the country's economic recovery. North Queensland researchers have discovered a way to make coral more resilient by countering bacterial disease. Scientists believe restoration efforts are making a difference on the Great Barrier Reef, which suffered another mass bleaching event this year, but they say more needs to be done.
It's the ingredient many use to achieve good gut health, but now researchers think probiotics could play a role in restoring the Great Barrier Reef.
We're trying to produce corals that are more heat tolerant in aquaculture and then deploy them onto the reef.
Replanting coral in vulnerable areas is common practice, but many don't survive the journey due to disease.
They often don't have a very good immune system.
To lower mortality rates, Townsville research scientists are testing 85 different bacterial strains in search for a batch that gives coral a health kick.
We're just hoping that we can stimulate their immune system a bit so they are more resilient to stress.
Probiotics have proven effective in prawn and fish aquaculture and have become a billion-dollar industry.
We might see improvements in survival of anywhere up to 50 or 60%, particularly in hatcheries.
At the moment, probiotics are only being used on a small scale at this lab, but researchers say the good bacteria could be the key to producing mass amounts of healthy corals. The ultimate goal is to deploy 1 million samples to the Great Barrier Reef each year. But in the wake of another mass coral bleaching event, experts fear restorative efforts are only buying time.
We will not be successful at restoring parts of the Great Barrier Reef if the impacts of climate change are simply going to overwhelm the processes within coming decades.
Chloe Shemicki, ABC News, Townsville.
US teenager Coco Gauff has become the youngest French Open finalist in 21 years, setting up a clash with world #1 Poland's Iga Świątek. Gauff was far too strong for Italy's Martina Trevisan, winning 6-3, 6-1. After the match, the 18-year-old American left an anti-gun message on a TV camera.
Like, this has been an issue, at least in my head, for a long time, and I definitely think there needs to be some reform put into place. And I think now, especially being 18, I've really been trying to educate myself around certain situations, because now I have the right to vote, and I want to use that wisely.
In the other semi-finals, Świątek crushed Russian Daria Kasatkina in straight sets, 6-2, 6-1, to set up Saturday's final against the young American. A special tribute to Shane Warne has taken place at Lord's in London, with English and New Zealand cricketers pausing play. The match was stopped for a minute-long standing ovation at the end of the over number 23, the number Warne wore during his career. Warne died of a heart attack in Bali in March, aged 52, and is recognised as one of cricket's all-time greats. More than 18 months after their last match in New South Wales, the Blues can't wait to tap into home crowd advantage on Wednesday night. Training today at their Coogee base, the New South Wales side was visited by Australian spinner Nathan Lyon, but the chance to start the series on a winning note next week remains their main focus.
We love to play at home, especially for us Panthers guys, so it'll feel like that to see our families and that in the stands, and just that sea of blue will be pretty awesome as well, because some of us haven't experienced that yet, so can't wait to get out there.
The Maroons won't have a home crowd, but do have Billy Slater, Jonathan Thurston and Cameron Smith as coaches.
Yeah, you get in here and you see the assistant coaches, it's pretty special. And I was lucky enough to play with a couple of them, but to now be coached by them, I think it's a really good crew.
The Maroons depart for Sydney on Monday. Boxing promoters are billing it as the biggest ever fight on Australian soil. On Sunday, Sydney's George Kambosos Jr. will fight American Devin Haney in front of up to 50,000 in Melbourne. The winner will be crowned undisputed lightweight champion of the world.
On a wintry day in Melbourne, the Greek bouzouki rings out across the CBD. There's great excitement and young fans jostle for position. Finally, it's time for their hero to emerge.
George Ferocious Kambosos!
Kambosos grew up in southern Sydney, but here he gets a hometown reception. The hoopla is all part of the build-up to the much-anticipated World Lightweight Unification bout. This is Kambosos' first fight in Australia in 5 years, and he's picked Melbourne as his coliseum.
Well, it's obvious that he's come down to Melbourne because of the Greek community, but he's come down here for one reason, that's a legacy.
Fewer than 1,500 fans watched his last fight on home soil. Kambosos then toiled for recognition in America and got it overnight.
Biggest upsets you will see!
At Madison Square Garden last year, he beat Teofimo Lopez, despite the odds stacked against him.
It was his Rocky moment. He was able to beat the prohibitive favourite in Teofimo Lopez.
It gave Kambosos 3 belts. His opponent on Sunday, Devin Haney, holds the only other title in this weight division.
I think it's the biggest fight at least in the last 20 years. So if you want to go back to Kostrizu when he was able to unify the 140-pound division, it was only a 3-belt era back in the days. We didn't have the 4th belt back then, so no less significant.
George, what does this mean for boxing in Australia?
This is huge. This is the biggest in Australian boxing. So to be able to give the blueprint for a young amateur or aspiring professional to make sure that they can see this, say, you know what, I can do that as well.
His supporters are in no doubt as to the legacy Kambosos is creating.
Anybody who sits there and walks into a boxing gym has the opportunity to sit there and better themselves. That's the lesson.
Both men are undefeated. For one, that changes on Sunday. Tom Maddox, ABC News, Melbourne.
Mabio Chol is winning over fans on the Gold Coast, enjoying the best season of his AFL career. The former refugee's talent was always clear at his old club Richmond, but returning to Queensland where he grew up has led to a breakout season. Miles Holbrook-Walk has a story.
It's hard to miss Gold Coast Suns forward Mabio Chol.
Has the responsibility, one of the plays of the day.
But the South Sudanese-born refugee is even harder to ignore in his best season ever.
Chol over the back. He's had an amazing day at the office. He's been a difference maker. He's got 4.
The secret? A return to where he grew up, in Queensland.
Coming up to Gold Coast and just having mum and dad and my whole family close by, and I think that made a massive impact on my footy as well.
Family has always been crucial for the refugee who fled to Egypt from South Sudan as an infant with his family.
Honestly, you know, my family and I didn't really have a lot, and it's just more about being humble, I guess, and I think that's where I got it from my mum and dad.
His new club, the Suns, say it's not just about what he does with the footy in hand.
Off the field, he's been fantastic for our group. He's a really good mentor for some of our younger players.
Fanatics in the stand also overjoyed. Chol left his club Richmond and has found his feet.
You just sense it, like the crowd is up and about and they're oh, Marbs. You can just hear that they're lifting every time he goes near the footy.
When he lines up against North Melbourne in Darwin this week, he'll have the chance to score more goals this season than his previous 6 combined. The Suns star finally getting his chance to shine. Miles Holbrook-Walk, ABC News.
And on World Bicycle Day, a group of amateur cyclists may have set a fairly unusual world record in Melbourne. A team of 4, including ABC News breakfast weather presenter Nate Byrne, set out to beat the Guinness World Record for the fastest 10-kilometre journey on a quadricycle. The team managed it in under 33 minutes, shaving a full 10 minutes from the previous world record. Members of the team say the unusual 4-person vehicle often gets a warm response on Melbourne's streets. They're also hoping people take a moment to think about greener ways to get about.
Cities are busy, they're full. It's really important that we have clean air, and as we fight climate change, finding more sustainable ways to move around is so important.
The team will now send evidence of their world-beating trip for official recognition. Congratulations to them. And now here's the weather with Paul Higgins.
Well, tomorrow a southerly breeze will continue pushing showers onto Western Australia's southern coasts. A few showers in the northwest with a lingering trough. Late Saturday, another polar low will move up into the southeast with a blast of cold air. Saturday in Adelaide becoming windy with showers. In Brisbane, a morning shower or two, then a sunny afternoon. Sydney will be mostly sunny. In Canberra, Melbourne and Hobart, expect a shower or two. Partly cloudy in Perth, and Darwin will be mostly cloudy. Then Sunday, Adelaide, Canberra and Melbourne will be windy with showers and a shower or two in Hobart as well. There is a chance of a shower or storm in Darwin. Perth and Sydney will be partly cloudy, but blue skies for Brisbane.
Before we go recapping our top stories, the Queen has missed a key Platinum Jubilee event today following discomfort at yesterday's celebrations. The Foreign Minister has reaffirmed Australia's commitment to regional security during a visit to Tonga, and Joe Biden has called for a ban on assault weapons, saying they've turned schools and homes into killing fields. And that is your world for tonight. You can always catch the show on iView, and more world news and interviews can be found at the ABC's YouTube channel. I'm Yvonne Yong. Have a great weekend.
What if I were to tell you I know of a magical place?
This winter, ABC iView's the place to chill with the family.
Okay, come with us.
All right.
Hold on tight. Oh, yeah, go Bluey.
Whoa.
That's impossible. You're like a kid sometimes. Thanks.
Party time! Chill with the whole family this winter on ABC iView.
Journey to another world as ABC Classic brings you the Classic 100 music for the screen. From Game of Thrones to The Crown, from Mario Brothers to Final Fantasy, from Jaws to Star Wars. Celebrate your favourite music from film, television and gaming with Australia's biggest weekend of classical music. The Classic 100 Music for the Screen. Log in to vote now at abc.net.au/classic.
Historian Lucy Worsley re-examines the past.
These are some of the most dramatic and brutal chapters in British history.
The thought that you had convened with the devil.
This could actually be evidence. It was in this very building that the 2 young princes were last seen alive.
It is one of the great British mysteries.
Starting with the witch hunts, Lucy Worsley investigates. Sunday 8:35 on ABC iView and TV+.
Nominations for your Australian of the Year
are now open.
It's time to reflect on your community
and who you admire.
It's time to show you respect
by nominating
and acknowledging them.
And it's time to celebrate
their story,
their contribution,
and their generosity.
Do you know someone
who shows courage,
sacrifice, and kindness?
It's so easy.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Nowhere to run.
Sports coaches can sexually abuse and pretty much get away with it.
There was this kind of, we don't want to wash our dirty linen in public.
I never told any of my friends what happened to me.
The journey to piece together a hidden past.
I'm almost nervous about what I will uncover.
Manipulative coaches are playing on the vulnerabilities of athletes who want to succeed at any cost.
The more I'm digging into my own past, the more I realise that this is ongoing.
Four Corners, Monday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
India, a powerhouse of culture, politics, diversity. And it's time to take a close-up look.
I'm Mark Fennell. Join me and a panel of guests every Monday night for a new show, India Now.
We'll bring you the key issues and latest news from the subcontinent, exploring everything that makes India and its neighbours the region to watch. We've got more than 1.8 billion stories to tell. India Now, Monday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Julian Assange is the hero of our times.
My name is John Shipton. I'm Julian Assange's father.
The maximum sentence of 175 years
because he published the truth.
I am attempting to get Julian out of the.
If Julian is extradited,
free Julian.
He will be the first.
Free the press.
But not the last.
Free us all.
If he goes down, so will journalism.
Ithaca, a fight to free Julian Assange. Tuesday, ABC TV and ABC iView. Join innovators and trailblazers.
How about this for our first date?
For one final trip down memory lane.
I started choreographing my first work here. Wow.
This is like where I grew up.
God, it hasn't changed.
Plus, the most emotional homecoming yet.
What a privilege to be part of this.
In Julia Zamiro's very own home delivery.
Oh my goodness. I would have loved to walk through here with him.
Starts Sunday, June 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Good evening, Yvonne Yong with the top stories on ABC News. A 73-year-old woman is in police custody following an alleged hit-and-run incident that killed a toddler in Melbourne's West on Thursday night. A 3-year-old boy was struck by a car when he ran onto McIntyre Road in Sunshine North. The child died in hospital. Police say damage to the car indicates the driver would have known they'd hit something. An investigation is ongoing to determine the exact circumstances surrounding the incident. The federal government has backed a wage increase for low-paid workers in line with inflation in a new submission to the industrial umpire. In the election campaign, Labor criticised the coalition for not doing enough to ensure wages keep pace with cost of living. The new Employment and Workplace Relations Minister has formally asked the Fair Work Commission to ensure wages at least keep pace with inflation, currently 5.1%. And in a fiery plea for change, US President Joe Biden has appealed to American lawmakers to end the carnage and do something about the country's gun problem. In a primetime address to the nation, Biden called for assault weapons to be banned, saying they turned schools and homes into killing fields. Those are the latest stories on ABC News.
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders are advised that this program contains images and voices of people who have died.
Hello and welcome to The Drum. I'm Catherine Robinson. Coming up, the federal government formally urges the Fair Work Commission to boost the wages of low-paid workers in line with inflation. 30 years on from the Mabo ruling, what has the historic land rights decision meant for First Nations Australians? And should the political practice of pork barrelling be made illegal? The New South Wales Integrity Watchdog is asking experts today. We'll speak to one of them. Joining me on the panel, Deputy Chairperson of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, Yvonne Weldon. Great to see you, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Former Liberal Advisor and Campaign Manager, Luke Naina. Luke, lots to talk about today.
Always.
Thanks for joining us. Industry Professor at Jumbunna Institute of Education and Research at UTS and Labor Party member, Noreen Young. Always great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us, Noreen.
No problem at all.
And in Canberra, community and small business advocate Peter Strong. Long time no speak. Great to see you, Peter.
Thank you. Yes, great to be here.
And you can join us on Twitter using the hashtag The Drum, and we are on Facebook. Well, in an election campaign dominated by rising inflation, interest rate hikes and cost of living concerns, there was one moment that went on to demonstrate the clearest distinction between what Labor and the coalition were offering. Anthony Albanese said that his government would make a submission to the Fair Work Commission for a minimum wage rise to match inflation by over 5%. Scott Morrison labelled Labor's leader a loose unit for making such a promise. But today, his government formally made that submission.
Inflation's running at a 21-year high, referring specifically to the headline inflation rate of 5.1%. The submission makes clear that with the wage price index measured against that, it means people are going backwards by 2.7%. In considering its decision on wages for this year, the government recommends that the Fair Work Commission ensures that the real wages of Australia's low-paid workers do not go backwards.
Now, there's some question over the government's language whether they are in fact formally advocating a 5.1% increase in the minimum wage. But what is clear is that wages are continuing to lag. In fact, the share of GDP going to workers has hit an all-time low, even though profits have increased. And that's reflected in the slow rate of wage rises in this country. As you can see in this graph from the Centre of Future Work's Greg Jericho, company profits in blue are at record highs, but wages in orange have failed to keep pace with them.
You say, can the economy afford it? I just put it in the reverse. Australians can't afford to go backwards if they're on these low rates of pay. They just can't afford it. We're talking about, at the minimum wage level, $1 an hour. $1 an hour is what we're talking about. And anyone who wants to say that somehow that can't be afforded, I think completely lacks an understanding of what's going on in Australian households right now in this cost of living crisis.
Well, Noreen, let's first of all just look at the politics of this before we get into the numbers. Should we interpret this announcement by the government as a 5.1% increase for minimum wage?
I saw it reported, I think, by Ewan Hannon, who for my money, he and Ben Schneider's are the best employment reporters we've got, and they understand workplace relations and they understand the wages system. And I thought Ewan said that it is 5%, which mirrors the ACTU's claim, which is very modest in the context of wage stagnation over such a long period. And I think what it reflects is one of the great miscalculations of the coalition and their campaign team and whoever in terms of Australians' understanding of what our wages look like and what we can afford.
It's interesting, though, because in the submission there was no number attached to it, Noreen. So, you know, can it still be considered a win for workers?
I'm not aware of that, of what, I haven't read the submission. I've read some highlights. I don't know. One of the things I did read that was a highlight, for example, from Ben Schneider's, was that in the submission that is simply supporting the ACTU's submission. It's not out there or not consistent with what's being sought by the ACTU. They said that it will go, because of the industries it will impact in, that it will go some way towards working towards closing the gender wages gap as well, which I think is very significant. I will forecast that during this term of government, now that we're able to have sensible conversations about wages and workplace relations, that I and some others have been doing some work around pay equity beyond gender. So for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, people, CALD people, to the crazy people who think that I really want to hear their opinions and write me emails and call me fat and transsexual, neither of which is an insult. I'm just forecasting that for you, so you can email me. But I think it signifies a win for workers in any number of ways, not least of which is this government clearly has a wages policy, and one that isn't about strategically and practically suppressing wages.
Luke, what do you think of what we heard? Because Tony Burke spoke to those very issues and was quite scathing of the previous government's approach on wages.
My concern goes back to the origins of this decision from the government. It appeared to everyone that in response to a question at a press conference, Anthony Albanese flippantly threw out there the fact that his government would support a 5.1% pay
Why is
rise.
that flippant, given that 5.1% is the inflation rate?
There was no evident policy work undertaken. There was no launch of a policy platform. It wasn't put in a document that was released to the public for consumption. It was literally a response to a question at a media conference. Coming from Anthony Albanese, who at the start of the campaign didn't know the cash rate, didn't know Australia's unemployment rate. What concerns me about this decision is that for the best part of the past 15 years, we've had an independent commission to look at wage rises and to look at award conditions and the like. And this is a fairly strong-handed move by the government to try and force their decision down the path of matching inflation. I'm not disputing the cost of living pressures that Australians are facing. I face them, as does probably everyone watching the show here tonight. But what's really critical, I think, in the understanding of how we approach this is whilst corporations and large companies are seeing record profits, a lot of small businesses are still struggling. A lot of small businesses and medium-sized family enterprises are still struggling with the same cost of living pressures that are impacting households. And what we need to ensure, and what I'd like to see the Commission ensure, is that there is that capacity to pay. It may be $1 an hour, but when you've got a workforce of 50 people or 100 people, it quickly adds up. And what I don't want to see is the government forcing the hand of what is an independent commission in assessing the broader economic impact and ensuring that we do maintain our record low unemployment rates as well.
When we get on to the
Catherine,
cost for...
I have to interrupt there because there are things that were said there that are simply untrue. One is the arbitration system of setting wages has, by way of the most recent incarnation of it being the Fair Work Commission, has been around in this country for 120 years. So that's lie number one. Lie number two is that there was a random claim. The ACTU claim for the increase is 5.1%, and the government has always said exactly that. So that's lie number two. Lie number three is the continuing myth-making started by Scott Morrison around the role of the Fair Work Commission. And the fact is that, contrary to the consistent spirit of arbitration for 100 years, I'm worried about whether it will in fact grant that 5% increase. I would think under the President, Ian Ross, it will, because he's very clever and he understands the politics of it, but it has been absolutely stacked by Tony Abbott and Scott Morrison. So let's look at truths these days in the new spirit of truth in this country, not lies.
All right. So, Luke, do you have a response to that, or can we move on to the cost of living?
All I'd say is I haven't come on here to lie. This is my perception of the election campaign. As I said, the way in which it was brought up was in response to a question at a press conference. That's not a lie. And Labor, even as recently as yesterday, Jim Chalmers, the Treasurer, was talking about the ability to even meet the submission deadline set by the Fair Work Commission being today, which obviously Minister Burke and the Prime Minister have achieved. So it's not as though there's a very coherent and consistent approach on the government's side of this either.
OK, so Peter, you were hoping to jump in there.
I was going to say the election's over.
Yeah, OK.
Right? The election is over. We're into reality now.
Well, on that point, you know, Peter, we saw in the introduction there that, you know, profit share to wages is, the Centre for Future Work is arguing, has never been higher. I mean, isn't it time for businesses to start sharing the spoils of their profits, not just with their shareholders here and overseas, but with their workers?
Well, yeah, it makes sense when you look at it. And if you look at the profits, they're coming from mining, where the commodity prices have gone through the roof, and that's a highly paid sector already. You've got the superannuation sector, the finance sector are making a mozza at the moment. Again, it's a highly paid area as well. And if I was a low-paid worker, I'd be busting to get 5% or more. And we understand that, especially if you employ people on those low wages. You don't want miserable workers. The issue is about reality, and the reality is you can't find workers half the time. Businesses have cut hours back, which may be affecting this. And the reality is if you've got a $500,000 wages bill, that means per year you've got to find another $25,000 at least. The 5% doesn't include superannuation, so that's another little bit that you've got to find as well, which is a real wage. So that's the reality. It's how are we going to find that money to pay the workers, and how do we keep inflation down? And traditionally, if the lowest workers get a pay rise, so does everybody else.
Yes, that flows through onto all the EBAs, etc. But is it necessarily inflationary when it's below that 5.1% inflation targets? We know that wages rose in March at their fastest pace since around the end of 2018, an annual rate of 2.4%. But with inflation headline at 5.1, underlying at 3.7, real wages is still shrinking. So does that inflation argument really stack up?
Well, I think it does in the long term. In the short term, certainly 3.5% is what's needed. As I say, a lot of small businesses out there, they want to give their people more money. They're busting to do it, but you can't do it if you don't have it. That's the issue, whereas big business are making a mozza. They're making a fortune, the mining companies, etc. So we've got to confront that. And if I can say what Albanese said, what the Prime Minister has said, is he's going to have this accord. And when I was at Cosborough, and I know Cosborough is continuing on the dialogue with the ACTU is very, very good, as we're looking to see what can we do here that works for the worker and works for small business.
Well, there's no single reason as to why real wages growth has failed to keep pace with inflation. However, the Centre for Future Work argues that the combination of highly restrictive rules around going on strike and a plunge in union membership has resulted in a precipitous fall in industrial action, which you can see here in this graph. The number of industrial disputes has plummeted in recent decades. So, Peter, just on that point then, does this mean that this argument of weak wages is really a design fault of the industrial relations system?
Well, I don't think it is, because Australia is in a great position internationally. Our wages are still very high. Our minimum wage is, according to many sources, the highest in the world. So what we want to do is maintain a very good position that we've got here. And the fact that the unions were a real part of the accord back with Bob Hawke that created this situation that we're in now, we should never forget that either, is that when we come together, we can confront these things.
Yeah, so it was interesting because you were at the last IR round table, if you like. Labor is proposing another one. What needs to happen at this one, Peter, that perhaps didn't happen last time, or how can you build on the momentum?
Well, I think last time, and quite rightly, I thought that it was very good, except it was behind closed doors because it had to be. And what we saw was the IR Club, the Industrial Relations Club, the AI Group, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the others. They held their line and the unions held their line. They don't trust each other. But at the end of it all, we had Sally McManus come to me and say, look, obviously you're there for small business. You're not there to get elected to Parliament. You're not there because of the Liberal Party or whatever. Can we talk? So let's get out in the open and sit there and have this discussion like Bob Hawke did, so people can see the discussion, they can hear what's going on, and they can make their own decisions as we go forward.
Yvonne, Luke touched on cost of living pressures earlier. I mean, we know energy prices are spiking, we've got inflation, interest rates. I read somewhere an iceberg lettuce is now over $10. I mean, what do you want to see to help improve the life of low-paid workers? What are some of the solutions that you see here?
I think one of the key points that you hear about all the profit margins, but you don't actually see the profits being shared again with the very people that make the profits for them. You know, the fact that we continue to live where these rising costs, but yet we need to continue to live, and we're making a world that's unlivable for all of us when we're not sharing those costs. The fact that sharing those profits rather, but in terms of the profit margins, when you have the larger ones that are forcing the costs up, then how do we actually continue to live in the world that there is a world that we no longer can live in because we cannot afford it? So the flow-on effect for us to be able to buy a loaf of bread today, what we couldn't pay, what we were paying a year ago, is not the same today, and yet we still expect to live in the same world that we've had previously, and we cannot unless we start to look at this reform with the people that are impacted the most. Minimum wage needs to rise be raised, because how can we continue to afford everything else that's going up as well? So
yeah, interesting. So Luke, with that in mind, what sort of rise would you like to see to the minimum rise that is going to be palatable for business and industry, as well as helping people go about their everyday lives and turn on the heaters and turn on the lights?
I wouldn't want to throw out a figure because I'm not a subject expert in terms of all those various factors. My observations were more so to ensuring that there is regard given to those small and medium-sized family enterprises that are struggling as much as households are. Of course, you want to see it keep step with inflation. You don't want it to add to those inflationary pressures. If it can be afforded, if it is determined by the Commission that 5.1% is an affordable pay rise, then absolutely. It's not as though you'd want to just go, well, you can't do it because it is what it is. But what I want to make sure is, or what I'd like to see is that all those factors are taken into consideration, because families are struggling. I think everyone is struggling at the moment, and cost of living, electricity, putting fuel in your car, just getting from A to B, going to work in the morning or dropping the kids off at school, are becoming more and more top of mind issues for families as they're going to bed each night, and we do need to see that addressed.
And Noreen, some of the points that have been argued that need to be addressed and on the agenda at this IR table would be an end to public sector wage caps, stronger rises in minimum wage inflation, obviously, and changes to the enterprise bargaining system. I mean, what would you see as the key areas of reform to boost the minimum wage?
I was a union official. I strongly support everything that Peter said. I was a union official as a young woman at the end of the Accord period, going into the election of the Howard government. And I think that cooperative spirit and all those cooperative notions around workplace industrial relations and enterprise and workplace relations are really important. So I would think that would be the first step towards increasing productivity and therefore increasing wages. The thing that Peter said about transparency and things being out in the open, I was really surprised during the election campaign about the reporting around the wages system, and it seemed to me that there had been had developed a lack of understanding around how the wages system operated, as epitomised, I suppose, by some of the things Luke was saying before. So I think when we have that transparent community discussion between employers and unions, then there is a better understanding in the media, and there's a better understanding in the community, and we do things as a community by consensus rather than scary things happening because of hatred and conflict. That's just a much more productive way to do these things.
Well, we'll find out when the roundtable commences on IR. Little time to go to that, but that's all we have time for on this topic, and we'll move on to another one, because today marks 30 years since what is arguably the most important High Court decision in Australian history, the overturning of the doctrine of terra nullius, land belonging to no one. The case was led by the late Eddie Koiki-Mabo, resulting in the native title system we see today. We'll soon discuss what this case has meant for First Nations people and what still needs to be done to improve native title. But first, reporter Stephanie Bolchi takes a look at the Mabo case, and a warning: the following shows images of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who have died.
From a little island known as Mer, or Murray Island, in the Torres Strait, Eddie Koiki-Mabo, along with other Mer Islanders, took the Queensland Government to the High Court to prove Cook's determination of terra nullius, land belonging to no one, was completely wrong. After a 10-year battle, Eddie Mabo died 5 months before the court handed down its verdict.
The High Court has recognised there were people here and their descendants have rights.
6 out of the 7 judges upheld Mabo's claim. This recognised the principle of native title rights, that made it abundantly clear the land was and is Aboriginal land. And it was cemented into law for First Nations peoples.
In the affirmative.
To claim native title, there must be continuous and unbroken connection to country. This enables traditional owners to hunt, fish, perform ceremonies, and may include rights to live on the land. It also means that they can have a say about its protection. To date, more than 550 cases of native title have been determined, and more than 1,400 land use agreements, covering about 40% of Australia's landmass. And every year, June 3rd celebrates a turning point in Australia's history.
People need to understand that this land was not conquered because people here still lived in their own way, governing themselves and having their own laws that they abided by. In each area that you come across in Australia is owned by a nation of people.
Still, for some, the fight for that recognition continues to this day.
Well, as we just heard there from Stephanie, around 42% of the landmass is recognised as native title, Yvonne. What does that mean for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in 2022? Where are we at with native title?
Look, you know, native title has benefited very few. When you look at some of this landmass, it's actually in areas that we cannot do anything with. There's also native title that's been granted where we will never be able to realise or do anything with the land because there's other leases on it or people live on it. You may get recognition for native title, but land rights and land legislation in each state and territory is some of the key difference that can be made. But when you look at the maps around where the land title has been, the native title has been granted, it's often in areas that we can't actually make any change for our people.
So why has it come to that? Why has it panned out that way?
Well, I mean, I think it's the fact that you've got, you know, we've had both governments and legislation change and courts change the fact to recognise the fact that we've always been here. I mean, if you look at, you know, the history documents of anyone that travelled here, it was not settled and it certainly wasn't vacant. I mean, we've always been here. The fact that we had to go through the court system to have that recognised, we can say all of the things that we do across this country, whether we do our acknowledgements or whether we actually have been welcome to country, but how we actually get that country working for us in this day and age is not just about past practices, it's about current practices and our future ones.
How far are you away from getting the country to work for you?
Well, I think we're a long way away from that. We've got a lot of rights that need to be addressed. I think treaty in this country, it needs to be less about recognising but start more about making truth-telling in this country in a way of treaty to make sure that my people can actually get small parts of back of what has been taken from us. As was said, you know, this land was not settled, it was taken, and we have always been here. But how are we truly going to make change? For me, I think back to, you know, May 82 when my uncle Paul Coe, who, you know, later became a barrister, you know, took to the Supreme Court, you know, the High Court actually around, you know, as Coe versus the Commonwealth, around that we have never ceded our rights. We are sovereign people. There are hundreds of nations and tribes and clans across this country that have never ceded our rights. Native title is a process, but that's not the only process that needs to happen in this country.
Noreen, how would you characterise how native title rights translate to tangible outcomes for Indigenous Australians?
I don't know what you mean by tangible outcomes. If you mean land ownership, everything that Yvonne said is right. There was ownership. So I don't know that the native title system whereby people have to prove that there was prior ownership is all that successful. It's certainly very slow. And I don't think it delivered what people like Paul Coe, a legend of the land rights movement, for example, wanted it to. I get concerned when I hear tangible outcomes or practical outcomes because my mind goes back to that horrible practical v symbolic reconciliation, recognition argument that so many not very bright people run. I don't know an Aboriginal person in this country who doesn't think that the two are inherently connected. So it's hard to say, Catherine, what do you mean precisely by tangible outcomes?
If you look at, perhaps if you could look at some of those social outcomes, we know that the closing the gap, there's this, chasm between what shouldn't be a chasm of achieving those goals. Is native title one step towards achieving better outcomes for those sorts of things?
Have we made change?
Have we
made change in 30 years?
I think land back would achieve the land back goals. I think in terms of things like health or education outcomes, treaty will be the period where, and truth-telling and voice, it seems to me, will be the period where those outcomes can be achieved by transferring the control of things that impact on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's outcomes to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I don't think it's rocket science. The pervasive racism that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people aren't capable of being in charge of our own affairs is what impacts on that and the capacity of mob to be able to create self-determinationist outcomes. So I think during the period of negotiating treaty, there will be that in mind. Michael Lavarch, who was the Attorney General during the period of the Mabo negotiations, wrote a great piece that was up this morning that talked about the lost opportunities and a lot of people talk about the unfinished business of the Mabo settlement. We didn't get to the social justice settlement because John Howard was elected.
Yeah, well, there were two further prongs to that.
Yeah. And I have really direct experience of that. I sat on the board of Indigenous Business Australia for 3 years. It doesn't do what it was originally intended to do. It's still not run by Indigenous people. It was a political plaything during the heinous scullion years of half-baked ideology. It is the perfect example of all of those things, of the unfinished business.
And that's, sorry to interrupt you there, Noreen, there seems to be unfinished business here. But Yvonne, I'd love to ask you, today we saw a group of Ngunnawal traditional owners announce their intention to lodge a native title claim over the entire ACT and parts of New South Wales. I mean, what hope do you have for that, and what would a successful outcome there look like?
I mean, it's one thing to claim and then to be granted, but when you look at the word title for what and to do what? I mean, it doesn't translate into making change. Here, the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, we put land claims in, we have done so for decades and still waiting for some of those claims to be granted. In fact, the whole land rights network system, in terms of claims, has been a slow process, and there's been thousands of claims still waiting to be granted. And yet we have local councils standing and blocking some of the granting of those claims because they have more of a right than we do. In terms of getting the word title and claim in native title is not the same as what you would do under the land rights system.
And that seems to be a misunderstanding, doesn't it?
It is. And yet if we are granted, we're often discredited because if we want to do something with it, apparently Aboriginal people getting land and developing them and actually trying to get developments through is not okay, but it is okay for everybody else.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to bring Luke in here because, Luke, you used to work with the former Indigenous Minister, Ken Wyatt, and he used to talk about land security meaning economic security. But given what we've just heard here, I mean, does native title guarantee, is it a fait accompli that it gives you that?
Look, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the traditional owners on the land that we're meeting on tonight. I've been to a couple of vivid events and very happy to hear you're welcome to country at those events. Land security needs to be economic security. I think this goes to Yvonne's point. Native title in and of itself doesn't grant those conditions or the opportunity to Indigenous Australians. Land claims it's a complex, frustrated process here in New South Wales, the backlog dates back 2 decades. We've seen right across the country different systems, different complexities, and that is a handicapped position to be commencing from, because we need to continue to build the capability and capacity within Indigenous organisations to actually navigate those systems to get the outcomes that Indigenous Australians rightly deserve for the use of their land. In the last federal budget, the federal government committed $37.5 million to prescribed bodies corporates to help enable that capacity building. So Indigenous Australians, if they wanted to, would be able to use that land for economic benefit. And I think this is where it goes to closing the gap, and this is where the new national agreement on closing the gap is so critical. There are 2 land and sea targets contained within that program, but as Yvonne was sort of alluding to before, we've seen really stagnant process on closing the gap. And the key thing about this new national agreement is that it actually brings the state and territories and local government into the process of closing the gap and holding them accountable. State premiers have to stand up and report in their parliaments now. And this is where it's critical for land rights, because a lot of the levers here sit with state governments. When I was working for Minister Wyatt, he was able to progress or fast-track a number of land claims up in the Northern Territory, because the Commonwealth Government owns the levers for those. And Jabiru is a tremendous example of a community that's been able to take their land in the heart of Kakadu National Park and use it and turn it into a tourism boom. And that's the self-determination, and that's the empowerment that comes from land titles and granting Indigenous Australians the right to do with what they want to their land, be it economic development, be it resources development, be it preservation. I know some of those sit with native title, but not enough sits within native title just itself. And that's where we need to continue to work as a nation. How do we streamline this? How do we get those grants moved? How do we actually activate the land that provides those benefits? Because with that economic security comes the other areas of the closing the gap target. It's not the only mechanism there, but it's a really critical one in closing the gap.
Yvonne, just before we move on, and a final word on this from you, I mean, I can't help but feel you're coming across as a little disillusioned by this. Is that how you're feeling, and how are you going to fix some of the solutions? What are the proposals that you would like to put forward?
Look, certainly for my people, it's not about disillusions, it's about being real. It is about that truth telling. There is so much that can be done. We talk about closing the gap. Who created the gap in the first place? Is it the responsibility of my people, or is it the responsibility of the very people that have imposed that upon us? The fact that we have to have these systems put in place and even have recognised in a court to say that we have always been here, and we have people acknowledge us that we are on traditional unceded lands. What does that translate to and transcribe for my people? It doesn't automatically give us the rights to be able to address our health inequalities or the overrepresentation in our juvenile detention centres or in our adult prison systems. We are not looking at this with the lens of my people. We're looking at it from the lens of everyone else that's making decisions because they've created the systems and expect us to change the system for everybody else. We're not coming from self-determination. We're responding to what has been created for us. I'm not saying that we don't have the opportunities to make change. What I am saying is that we create more of a system to keep people in the system rather than move out of the way and allow us to determine it.
Thank you for your thoughts, Yvonne. Well, it's no secret that political parties promise, and in some cases vast amounts of money, to voters in marginal electorates to sway their vote. It's known as pork barrelling, and a report commissioned by the New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption has called for pork barrelling to be illegal. Instead, it recommends that grants be made strictly on merit after assessments are made against clear criteria. The Drum's David Taylor looks at pork barrelling and its effect on voters' decisions.
Yeah, 4,500 square metres on the roof. There you go.
Let's talk pork. Pork barrelling, that is.
How are you, Karma? How are you? Nice to meet you.
What is it? A government is pork barrelling any time it uses taxpayer money to fund projects, with the aim of winning votes, particularly from an electorate it needs to stay in power. Both major parties have engaged in the practice. Prior to the 2019 election, analysis of spending pledges in the nation's most marginal seats found the Coalition and Labor parties offered more than 1,000 individual promises and policies.
The term pork barrelling is common parlance in where you provide funding, and it's not something that I know the community is comfortable with.
But it was the so-called sports rorts that really brought the practice to the fore. Earlier in 2019, the Coalition was working out what to do with $100 million, earmarked for rundown sporting facilities across the country. Needless to say, there were some questionable allocations of taxpayer funds.
There was no political bias in my decision-making.
The Australian National Audit Office released its report into the program in January 2020. It found a disproportionate number of grants were awarded to clubs in marginal coalition seats, or electorates the government was hoping to snatch at the May 2019 poll. The multi-billion-dollar question is, does pork barrelling work? Especially if a government is really lagging in the polls. This table from Guardian Australia suggests it's no guarantee of votes. This year, the Coalition promised over $800 million to the seat of Eden-Monaro, but failed to win the seat. Close to $800 million went to Gilmore, where the party also didn't win the seat. The Coalition held on to Leichhardt. But it also lost McEwen after promising close to double the amount of funds Labor had pledged in the electorate. You can promise money, but it won't necessarily influence voters' decisions.
Well, for more, we're joined by Professor of Constitutional Law at the University of Sydney, Anne Toomey, who is the author of the report commissioned by the New South Wales ICAC into pork barrelling. She presented the report to the panel today. Busy day for you, Anne. Thanks for squeezing us in at the end of it.
You're welcome.
Can you take us through what happened at ICAC today?
OK, well, we had a discussion about pork barrelling, whether or not it is unlawful, what sort of limits there are on the powers of ministers, the fact that ministers are required to act in the public interest, that they have a duty of public faith and to protect the public finances, and not to use public finance for private purposes or political purpose, party political purposes. So we went through all of that, and then we had a discussion about a recent report by the New South Wales Productivity Commission and Department of Premier and Cabinet, which proposed some reforms, which are useful reforms to make, but proposed that actually action needed to go further than that. So in particular, we needed to put into law the rules concerning grants so that there isn't an ability to evade them as there is at the moment.
So, I mean, it's important to note that no one here is on trial at the moment. What do you think, you know, the ICAC is trying to achieve?
OK, so unlike other types of ICAC inquiries where they're inquiring into a particular scheme and they might be pointing fingers at people and people are under pressure, this is a completely different inquiry. This inquiry is directed at their other responsibilities, which are education and preventative measures. So the role here is for ICAC to identify problems and to suggest ways of preventing corruption from happening in the future. So this is all about stopping it from happening before it begins so that ICAC never has to do the inquiry later on where people are accused of behaving, you know, in a corrupt manner.
So if the goal is to make pork barrelling illegal, is that even possible? I mean, is it a lofty ambition?
Well, my first comment there is that you have to actually try. So just saying that, oh, well, if we can make a law but people are going to evade it anyway, well, on that basis, we'd have no law of murder because people will still murder people, but, you know, you need to have a law against it. And by the way, it might stop 50%, 70%, 80%, 90% of it. So laws are important. Second thing, though, is it is difficult. And this is because there is this murky area between doing things that are in the public interest, doing things that are in your private interest, and lurking in between that is the doing things that have a political content to them. Now, you can do things that are in the public interest that might well have political benefit as well, and that's perfectly fine. What we're talking about here is doing things that are primarily for the purpose of doing it in your political interest and discarding the public interest, behaving unfairly, behaving in a partial manner. So what we're trying to say is, look, if you can, as a politician, say we have a policy, and that policy is to give money for sporting grants, for sporting fields, etc., and that's perfectly legitimate. We're going to give $100 million to that. That's fine. But when you promise that, you need to say, and then when we allocate that, we will do it on clear criteria of eligibility that's set out. We'll look at merit, we'll look at need, we'll look at fair distribution. We'll make sure that these are actually an efficient use of money so that, resources are fairly distributed. We'll look at whether or not the body that's proposing to do it has the capacity to do it. And so we'll do all these things sensibly. So then we end up with efficient use of public money, which is really important when we have scarce resources.
And transparency.
Transparency, fair allocation, so that it doesn't depend on whether you live in a marginal electorate or not as to whether you get resources. And particularly important here is respect for democracy, because the current low-level type of corruption that is exuded from all these promises of pork barrelling results in a corrosion of support for the democratic system. And the more this happens, the more people distrust the democratic system, and that is really damaging.
Well, Peter, what we're talking about here is, essentially people pitching for these grants. And I know that in small business, you were involved intimately with people going through the blood, the sweat and the tears of submitting these grants, which is an arduous process. I mean, what was that like, and who do you think should approve these pitches, around which framework?
Well, thank you. And it's heartbreaking, as we just heard. If you're in a community group and you really spend a lot of time, you work till midnight, you do all these things, and you write a quality submission and you put it in, and then you find out it didn't matter. What mattered was somebody else got it because they're in another electorate. That destroys you, and it's just heartbreaking. What we're saying is, and I had an opinion piece about this last year, make sure that individual projects can only be approved by the public servants involved. And they follow the rules, and they can report to Senate estimates or whoever it is at the state government level. This is what we need. The government of the day, and they've been elected to set the direction, they can set up budgets, they can do the budgets down to regional level or whatever. But after that, no politician approves individual projects. It's approved by public servants.
Right. So you're arguing take the power away from the politicians and leave it with the bureaucrats. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. For each individual project, the public servants make the decision, exactly.
Right. And Luke, is that really overly unreasonable to keep the ministers and the politicians at arm's length from this process?
I'll go to a number of grants that are actually set up with the discretion and the accountability sitting with the minister. And from time to time, ministers do delegate a certain threshold of grant decision-making to the bureaucracy and maintain a particular remit for value of project. Sometimes when there's controversial or sensitive elements in terms of accountability around organisations receiving grants and the like, the decision-making actually has to sit with the minister, because that's the way the system is set up. At least that's been my experience working in federal politics. I think we need to be careful here that we don't diminish the role of a local member of parliament and a local official. What we've seen at the last election is a cry out from the Australian people for people who get community, who represent community. And I think there needs to be a distinction drawn between what political candidates and parties commit to in an election and ahead of an election and then receive a mandate to deliver, versus what might be more routine programs that could be open to manipulation. I think the other real sensitive issue for myself here is the use of the word corruption, because I don't think that if someone has acted within the guidelines of a program, and that program might have shortcomings, that in retrospect or hindsight, you can turn around and say, well, that was corrupt behaviour. I think that's a very heavy accusation to level against people who are exercising their duties as elected officials. So I think we need to be a little bit more nuanced with the language there. To Peter's point, a lot of programs are oversubscribed. It's massively oversubscribed. And again, I think there's a difference between someone going, well, this project was ruled ineligible against the criteria, versus we have 30 eligible projects, but we have to choose 15. And there has to be a human degree of decision-making in that. And people may not like to hear it, but elections have consequences. And people should be empowered to go out and fight for community and be and have the opportunity to deliver for their communities. And if people don't like that, then as we saw 2 weeks ago at the ballot box, everyone can exercise their judgment. So it's very complex.
Peter was going to jump in there. I mean, is there a conflict of interest if you're thinking I'm an electorate that might not be in with the next government term?
Well, that's right. And if I say my experience going back a long time with the public service was, and with the politicians I know, a lot of them said they were quite happy not to have a say, and it was obvious because the pressure they get from 2 or 3 different community groups to sponsor them was very difficult. And that's what leads to a whole range of things where people offer money perhaps so that they win the grant. So they said, not all of them, but a lot of them said, we'd rather not have the decision-making capacity. That should rest with the public servants. We will help our electorate make sure they get their funds. We won't say who gets it, which associations, but our electorate should get it because of these particular needs. But they wanted to be arm's length from the decision.
And who should make that decision? I'll just ask Anne really quickly, Noreen, sorry. Who should make this decision? Should it be the politicians or the bureaucrats?
Okay, so both. So what we were talking about today is that primarily it should be the public servants that address the criteria according to merit and put those recommendations to the relevant minister. Now, there should be a capacity for the minister in certain circumstances to override because, let's face it, public servants won't always be right. There will be circumstances where a politician does have a degree of knowledge, greater knowledge about the area and should be able to override. But the key thing in all of this is that if the politician decides to override, what they need to do is to be able to justify that. So what we're saying today is, look, there needs to be rules that say if you override, you have to make that public. You have to document why. You have to show the evidence which shows why your assessment is correct and the public servant was wrong. And if you can do that based on reasoning and evidence, then that's fine and that's your role as a democratic representative. But the one thing I would dispute, however, is the thing about election campaign promises. Because we've seen at the Commonwealth level that this notion of, oh, it was an election campaign promise means that you avoid all those rules. So the public servants are told, oh, these people have already been selected, so we just have to force it to make it fit. And then you get the absurd situation where you've decided to put a car park in a place next to a train station without finding out that the train station's about to close in 3 years, or that you've decided to put a car park in a place where there's no land to put it. I mean, if we want to have sensible assessments, we've got to actually do the proper merit assessment first, and that's not done in relation to campaign things, and that's a real problem.
And that was one of your recommendations, wasn't it, to not allow that to happen during election campaign. And Noreen, who do you want to see controlling our billions?
Well, Pete's point, I think, is entirely correct, except in the case where agencies and departments become so politicised through the intervention of a minister. And I'll give you I have very, very, very direct experience of this. When I was the director of the New South Wales Working Women's Centre, a senior, it was the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, then a senior public servant, a man named Mark Gisbrizar, came to the New South Wales Working Women's Centre, and I quote, to deliver a message on behalf of the minister, who was Tony Abbott, that our centre would not be funded. So when you have a constitutional situation, as has occurred in Australia over the last little while, where agencies are, it's thought that agencies become politicised, and it's not just electorates, Peter, it's causes. So things like an employment service for women, which, as you know, was a very good one and a very highly regarded one and performed extremely well, didn't fit into the ideological view of what should happen by a particular minister, and the department then gets roped into that minister's ideological message. And it happened to me. So I think the charity sector in Australia now needs a bit of a public download about what's happened to them in the last 8 years, 9 years.
For me, I think that, you have the public services systems and you have the bureaucrats versus the politicians. But there are also within governments themselves, within the bureaucracy, that there are a bias. There are biases of who they would rather go to, the larger NGOs versus the smaller NGOs. And so I think that there needs to be a balance. I certainly feel that if there is decisions being made from politicians against the advice of the bureaucracy, and vice versa, there needs to be some greater transparency and accountability around that.
And final word and brief word, if I may, to you. I mean, we saw in that story beforehand with those seats, particularly Ed Monero and Gilmore, that it didn't actually matter.
That's right. In fact, some academic research has been done in relation to the previous sports rules, because there's lots of evidence about it, and they found that it actually had zero effect on the outcome. And so it's one of these pernicious things. Politicians believe that the pork barrelling works. Actually, technically, apparently, it doesn't, but nonetheless they engage in it, and it has all these horrible effects because it corrodes support for the democratic system. It's economically inefficient, it's unfair, all those sorts of things. And what for in the end? And the answer is nothing.
So when will we hear from the ICAC with the recommendations as to what they've heard from you?
They're talking about giving a report sometime in July. And I should say it's not just my report.
No,
there have been a couple of other people who gave reports to ICAC as well.
Yeah. And great to have you with us on the program. Thank you very much for your insight. That was Anne Toomey, who is a Professor of Constitutional Law at the University of Sydney. Well, new data from the New South Wales Population Health Survey has found that while young people are turning away from smoking cigarettes, vaping has spiked. 11% of people aged 16 to 24 use vapes, and as you can see in the blue line on this graph, that's more than twice that number was in 2020. But daily rates of cigarette use among people aged 16 and over has dropped to record lows. The Cancer Council also released its smoking and health survey for 2021 this week. It found some of the most common reasons for vaping uptake include curiosity, to socialise, and to help quit or cut down on cigarettes. Now, I know that quite a few of us on this panel have teenage or adult age kids who vape. Peter, I'd just like to get your personal story about your son and what his decisions were and how he came to that and how you deal with that.
Oh well, yeah. So he wanted to give up smoking, as most people do that smoke. And he tried everything, the patches and all those sorts of things. And vaping came out and he tried that and it worked for him. Now, I was talking to him today because I was on the program and he was saying he's cutting down on vaping. He said that's not going as well as he'd like, but he's cutting it down. But he stopped smoking cigarettes. And it's such good news to hear, young people aren't smoking cigarettes. Isn't that fabulous news? Now, we've got to confront this vaping thing and make sure that it's not dangerous. But, yeah, so he went to vaping to stop smoking cigarettes and it's good for him.
And I mean, Noreen, that was where they were intentionally developed, if you like, as a harm mechanisation tool. You've got family members who vape. I mean, do you think that the benefits of it being a harm minimisation tool outweigh the problems that are associated with vaping?
Don't know. My son was the same as Peter's. He stopped smoking. That's a really big plus. I smoked for a long time, so I'm not in a position to judge anyone. I just think it should be regulated like smoking has been, and there should be education campaigns around it because we don't have enough knowledge yet. I don't think to be able to make a proper assessment, but it certainly helped my son stop smoking. My daughter vapes when she drinks. I don't really see the point of that, but people will do what they're going to do. So let's do harm minimisation.
Yeah, and it's definitely not coming from a judgy way, at all. I mean, Luke, speaking on that regulation point of view, I mean, you do a straw poll with, say, 20 people at the train station, and I'd struggle to find many who might know what the regulation actually is right now. I mean, is that the key to getting this right, as in regulating? Because you've been involved in some of that process.
Back in 2017, the Parliament's Health Committee undertook a year-long investigation or committee hearing into the regulation of e-cigarettes and found that there was certainly a need for the federal government to do more in that space, particularly around data collection to understand the issues and to move towards national regulation, which I think the panel in broad agreement is probably the sensible step to take. I think that's twofold. It's being clear to people what is legal or illegal or what you can and can't do, because I certainly don't know. I don't know if social smoking is still a thing, but I probably class myself as a social vapor. But that's if someone else brings a vape along. I wouldn't even know what I would be entitled to purchase myself, should I be inclined to do so. So I think that's really important to give certainty to young people and to quantify what we're talking about here around the harm minimisation from smoking. If we can get people off tobacco products and into alternate devices, then I think that is better for the overall health outcomes. But it really is a bit of a flip a coin. You talk about obesity, you talk about alcoholism, you talk about a whole range of things that have adverse health impacts. You can add this to the list. It doesn't mean that government doesn't have a role to play in regulating the environment and in educating people as to the consequences of what their decisions might mean.
I mean, we're speaking about adults here who are making the choice, whether it be for harm minimisation or for social reasons. But a recent ANU review of international vaping research found that young non-smokers who vape were around 3 times more likely to take up smoking than those who did not vape. Yvonne, what's your experience been through this, through friends that you know, through family members, etc.?
Look, you know, I smoked for a long time. I haven't smoked in 18 years, but since recently getting COVID, I feel like I've actually been on the smokes again. But
packet a day,
yeah,
with the cough and the chest feeling,
not good. But and yet I have 3 children. My 30-year-old son vapes. He doesn't do it around me, and yet he hated everything about me when I did smoke. And so I'm concerned that he's smoking and we're not clear about the impacts, vaping and that impact on him. So if he's not going to smoke cigarettes, but yet he's vaping, do we have the right information that's available? Because I'm concerned, I listen to his cough as if he was a smoker, and so there has to be some sort of effect. It's no different to, if you're calling it e-cigarettes and now we're calling it vaping, how do we make it more acceptable?
Yeah.
And so I'm concerned about what younger people, particularly the younger generation that are taking it up, that would never smoke, particularly if they've had older people in their lives.
Yeah, it's almost like, you're at the very immature stages of when tobacco was starting to be smoked, and we just don't know. But we are out of time. It's been great having you all on the program. Yvonne Weldon, Luke Naina, Noreen Young and Peter Strong. Thank you so much. Bridget Brennan is with you on Monday. Hope you have a fabulous weekend. See you next time.
Hello? Chill with the best entertainment this winter. Subtle. I saw it on an app. Stream for free on ABC iView.
Post-economic growth family had never lost live performance.
The Queen lights up Windsor Castle, one of thousands of beacons glowing across the Commonwealth for the Platinum Jubilee. The Foreign Minister heads to Tonga to reaffirm Australia's commitment to the Pacific. Mounting pressure on the new Prime Minister to change the GST deal as WA posts massive surpluses. And a surprise recall for a forgotten Fremantle docker. This is ABC Late News. Hello, I'm Michael Tetlow. The Queen has pulled out of a service in her honour at St Paul's Cathedral after experiencing discomfort during her Platinum Jubilee celebrations. While Her Majesty remained at Buckingham Palace, most of her family, led by Prince Charles and Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, were in attendance. William and Kate, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, were among the last to arrive at the cathedral. William's younger brother Harry and his wife Meghan also came along after not taking part in the earlier official proceedings. Inside the cathedral there were readings from the Bishop of London, the British Prime Minister, Although Prince Andrew did not attend after being diagnosed with COVID. With more, here's Europe correspondent Nick Dole.
With an adoring crowd gathered on her doorstep, the Queen came out to give them what they wanted. She's been on this balcony countless times over her 70 years on the throne, but it's hard to get sick of a spectacle like this.
It's a big event, isn't it? And it's not, no one's going to reign for that long again.
At 96 and facing mobility issues, she opted to stay inside the palace grounds, but the rest of the family gave the crowd a display of their own. Prince Louis practicing the royal wave over and over before Princess Charlotte told him to give it a rest. They started the day watching their father, the Duke of Cambridge, and their grandfather, the Prince of Wales, on the parade ground, flanked by thousands of troops. No longer a senior royal, Harry, the Duke of Sussex, watched from a window above, along with the Duchess. But they weren't on the balcony as the crowd surged forward to see the family. This moment was for the inner circle and their children, who are still coming to terms with the dazzling sights and deafening sounds of a military flypast. The crowds were so big that police had to stop letting people in here. It's unlikely the Queen will ever see a celebration quite like this ever again, and people here are determined to make sure it's a big one.
You have events like these and then you realise just how many people, you know, love the institution.
And to a certain extent, it is a welcome distraction to those troubled times, without doubt.
From the palace in London to the castle in Windsor, the Queen was feeling well enough to light the Jubilee beacon. More than 3,000 of these are glowing around the Commonwealth, where few can remember life without her in it. Nick Dole, ABC News, London.
Foreign Minister Penny Wong has used a second trip to the Pacific to reaffirm Australia's commitment to maintaining security in the region. During a visit to Tonga, Senator Wong said regional security should be a matter for the Pacific family. Her counterpart from China is on the final leg of a 10-nation blitz, with Beijing still attempting to push through a regional security deal. PNG correspondent Natalie Whiting has more.
Touchdown in Tonga. An audience with the King and meetings with the Prime Minister.
We are not a government or a country that wants to come in and tell you what you should do.
Tonga welcomed the early visit from the new Foreign Minister.
This is a clear sign of the Australian government's strong commitment to strengthening our bilateral relations and engagement with our region.
The visit came with a pointed message.
We want regional security to be dealt with, to be the responsibility of the Pacific family, of which we are a part.
Elsewhere in the Pacific, China's Foreign Minister was welcomed with open, or rather linked, arms in PNG. Wang Yi held formal talks with his counterpart before calling on the Prime Minister. PNG wants the focus on economic development, not geopolitics.
Papua New Guinea's fundamental foreign policy has always been friends to all, enemies to none.
Both were asked about the Solomon Islands security deal.
The Solomon Islands has asked us for security cooperation with China. We are not building a military base in this region.
And about a failed attempt to get 10 Pacific nations to sign off on a sweeping agreement that covered security and trade. It's not dead, but could be delayed.
In accordance with the wishes of the 10 island countries that have established diplomatic relations with China, we are also willing to build a sub-regional cooperation platform.
Pacific Island countries which China has bilateral agreements have decided to postpone this discussion to next year.
after his brief meetings here in PNG, Wang Yi left to fly out to Timor-Leste, where he has a full schedule this evening and tomorrow, including meeting with the President and Prime Minister there and signing a number of agreements. That will then bring an end to his unprecedented 8-country tour of the region. Natalie Whiting, ABC News, Port Moresby.
The new Prime Minister's facing mounting pressure over the GST carve-up amid anger over the billions Western Australia is receiving. At the same time, it records enormous surpluses. South Australia is the latest state to demand changes to the GST deal after handing down a budget nearly $2 billion in deficit.
The Premier was left showing more than he'd bargained for getting his free flu jab today.
Uh-oh. I have to take my shirt off. Didn't hurt a bit except for some embarrassment, that's all.
A light-hearted distraction amid growing anger over WA's GST deal from across the Nullarbor.
This is clearly something that needs to be fixed.
After announcing his state is nearly $2 billion in the red, the South Australian Treasurer has the GST carve-up in his sights.
Every single state and territory is handing their GST revenues over to Western Australia this year to the tune of approximately $4 billion.
They put $1 in, they get $1.35 back. Pretty good deal they're getting. Who's paying for that? We are, because we only get 70 cents dollar.
Every other state in Australia is now heavily in deficit, with New South Wales and Victoria both nearly $20 billion in the red in their latest updates. At the same time, WA has enjoyed an iron ore revenue boom, fueling a surplus of nearly $6 billion. That contrast has prompted other states to demand changes to the revised GST deal agreed to in 2018, which heavily boosted WA's share. And while Commonwealth top-ups mean the other states won't be left worse off, at least for now, their share of the overall pool will shrink.
They need to look in the mirror if they're complaining about their debt and deficit position. So if they've got a problem, it's a problem of their own making.
The new Prime Minister says there's no changes on the horizon, but there's no guarantees about the long term, with a review of the deal due in 5 years.
Ask me in 2027, and the lead up to that, we're at 2022. I have no plans to change any of the arrangements.
The state of the deal will almost certainly be discussed when the Premier meets with the new PM, who jets into Perth this weekend. Also likely on the agenda, the future of Active, more than 2 weeks after it announced 700 supported employees would be without work when its industrial sites close next month.
You know, this was a real shock, and I'm prepared to say that people will certainly look at whether there is any assistance that we can give.
The service has previously blamed changes to NDIS funding for its decision. Kian Burke, ABC News.
30 years ago, the High Court handed down the groundbreaking Mabo decision, which struck out the notion Australia was an empty land before the British arrived. Eddie Mabo's legacy is continued by many First Nations communities seeking to reclaim their land, including the Ngunnawal people, who've lodged a native title claim over the entire ACT. A warning to Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander viewers, this report contains pictures of people who've died. Here's Indigenous Affairs reporter Jetta Costa.
The Premier was left showing more than he'd bargained for getting his free flu jab today.
Uh-oh.
A day of reflection and celebration on Kabi Kabi country. Torres Strait Islander dancers paid tribute to a pioneer of land rights.
That conviction took his fight as far as the High Court in this country.
It was 30 years ago that Eddie Koiki Mabo and 5 other Mer Islander plaintiffs won their High Court case to abolish the concept of terra nullius.
That we're taking the matter to court.
It was during his time as a gardener at James Cook University that Koiki started his campaign, when historians told him that technically he didn't own his land on Mer Island.
They say they want their land back, and they're seeking a Supreme Court order declaring them the rightful owners.
Sadly, Mabo died only months before his hard work was recognised. The feeling of hearing the news is forever etched into his daughter's memory.
Everything he did, it wasn't in vain. He achieved what he set out to do, which was get his land back.
The Mabo process paved the way for successful native title claims across the country, but for communities who have missed out, the process can be heartbreaking. The Yorta Yorta people in Victoria were one of the first mobs to lodge a claim, but were dismayed when it was rejected.
It's a wonderful thing for people to be able to get to the table, but in regards to real rights for us and land rights, it's not there.
The future of land rights has been on the agenda this week at one of the biggest events on the Indigenous calendar at the IATSA Summit on the Sunshine Coast.
All nations all coming here for, talking about their goals, to restore our culture.
And today, in a nod to Mabo's fight, the Ngunnawal people have announced they are working on a major native title claim. 300 family groups will register the claim over all of the ACT and parts of New South Wales.
We want to make a very clear statement that this is Ngunnawal land, it always was and it always will be.
For the Mabo family too, Eddie Koiki's legacy is ever evolving.
To me, he's my hero. And 30 years on, he will still remain my hero.
A hero who shook the foundations of Australian law. Jetta Costa, ABC News, Cubby Cubby Country.
Forgotten Dockers defender Ethan Hughes has earned a surprise recall to the side to face Brisbane on Sunday. It's Hughes' first AFL game in nearly 11 months. He joins ruckman Lloyd Meek in coming into the team, while last week's medical sub Bailey Banfield has been promoted into the 22. Matt Tabbin and Michael Walters and Heath Chapman are all injured. Meanwhile, young winger Nathan O'Driscoll has signed a 2-year contract extension, keeping him at Fremantle until the end of the 2024 season.
It's been challenging at times, obviously not playing all last year and then only having this year on my contract. Then I was lucky enough to break through to the team and played decent footy, so yeah, I'm stoked to sign on.
O'Driscoll played 7 games this year before being sidelined by injury. US teenager Coco Gauff has become the youngest French Open finalist in 21 years, setting up a clash with world #1 Poland's Iga Świątek. Gauff was far too strong for Italy's Martina Trevisan, winning 6-3, 6-1. After the match, the 18-year-old American left an anti-gun message on a TV camera lens.
Like, this has been an issue, at least in my head, for a long time, and I definitely think there needs to be some reform put into place. And I think now, especially being 18, I've really been trying to educate myself around certain situations, because now I have the right to vote, and I want to use that wisely.
In the other semi-final, Iga Świątek crushed Russian Daria Kasatkina in straight sets 6-2, 6-1 to set up Saturday's final against the young American. Partly cloudy and a top of 18 degrees for the start of the long weekend in Perth. Partly cloudy and 32 in Darwin. Showers and becoming windy for Adelaide, 16 degrees. A shower at 2 and 13 in Hobart. Showers as well for Melbourne and Canberra. A mostly sunny 18 in Sydney. Brisbane showers then becoming sunny in the afternoon at 22 degrees. Then looking into Sunday, it'll be partly cloudy once again for Perth and Darwin. Showers and windy for Adelaide. Showers too for Hobart, Melbourne and Canberra. Partly cloudy and 18 in Sydney. Sunny and 21 for Brisbane. That's ABC Late News. I'm Michael Tetlow. Thanks for your company. Take care. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to The Virus. I'm Jeremy Fernandez. 3 years into the pandemic, many people are experiencing a state of chronic fatigue known as burnout. But what are the signs and what do we do about it? In fact, more than 7 out of 10 Australians working in the healthcare system have experienced burnout in the first year of the pandemic, according to a survey of almost 10,000 frontline workers. We'll speak to the researchers behind that study in a moment, but first let's hear from the Secretary of the Queensland Nurses and Midwives Union, Kate Veitch. Kate, welcome to the program. What are your members telling you about what's happening on the front line for them?
Thanks, Jeremy. Look, on the front line right now in hospitals and health services across Queensland, there are lots of nurses and midwives experiencing burnout. Burnout is a state of unmanaged stress over a long period of time. The prevalence of burnout in nurses and midwives is higher now than ever, and obviously that's on the back of the COVID-19 pandemic.
We know the COVID pandemic has been an exacerbating factor. Do you have a sense of how much worse it's gotten because of that? How bad were things before COVID?
Look, here in Queensland, we were able to undertake a survey of members prior to last year's Omicron outbreak in December. And what we know from that was there was about 58% of people surveyed, our members surveyed, who said that they didn't feel safe in their structures right there and then. They didn't feel the system was safe for them or their patients. We do know that burnout has been happening across the world in nursing and midwifery for many years prior to the pandemic.
Can you explain that a bit more for us? What do you mean by the structures weren't safe for them?
Yeah, so what we do is we regularly obviously have communications with our members, and there are three top issues that have come up again and again prior to the COVID pandemic, but much more during the COVID pandemic, which are workloads, the stress of actually managing the high demand in the system pre-COVID, but also safety. So safety in the terms of their psychological, their physical, and their cultural safety. And the last thing that has been stressing nurses and midwives here in Queensland and across the nation has been job security, especially in the aged care sector.
Do you have a sense of how far these problems penetrate through the healthcare system?
Look, in terms of nursing and midwifery, we are the largest clinical workforce, and that's everywhere around Australia. So we would think that these problems are penetrating all of the health services, the community services, and obviously aged care services where nurses and midwives work.
I'm interested in what that means for the quality of work and the safety of patients as a result of that burnout.
Yeah. Well, what we know is that a system that doesn't have a positive practice environment, and what I mean by a positive practice environment is one that embraces a safety culture, one that provides safe workloads for nurses and midwives, good communication and collaborative practice, safety on all levels that I mentioned before, which are physical, psychological and cultural. These are indicators that when the environment isn't giving those aspects, that the situation for nurses and midwives is that they can't provide the care that patients need. So that does compromise the safety of both the system and the patients and the nurses.
What does that mean for the patient? Does that mean prolonged treatment? Does it mean a greater risk of death?
Look, in terms of what happens is the nurses and midwives work harder. They work longer. They're in a system right now where the numbers and the amount of overtime that nurses and midwives are doing to keep the system safe are enormous, Jeremy. I can't go into the numbers, sheer numbers of hours that nurses and midwives are working extra to maintain safety in the system.
We're obviously in the middle of the flu season now. How do you see this playing out over the next few months, in these critical few months where COVID intersects with cold and flu?
Look, we've been referring to this situation as fluvid in our general membership. It is a real concern because we are on the back of 2.5 years now where the system has been under enormous strain with COVID. And to have a combination where we're seeing COVID cases and flu cases, very serious virus infections in our general community demographic, it's causing us to have increased demand in the system. So this is placing an enormous strain on an already very fragile health system.
Kate Veitch, great to have you on the program. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Let's talk to two people now who've examined burnout and how it impacts health workers and patients. Karen Willis is Professor of Public Health at Victoria University, and Natasha Smallwood is a Professor of Public Health at Monash University. She's also a respiratory physician at Melbourne's Alfred Hospital. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Natasha, tell us about your survey. This was done in 2020. It followed 9,000 healthcare workers. What were the findings?
So we surveyed actually just under 10,000 participants from across Australia. So we got a really incredibly high response rate of healthcare workers around the country. And what we identified was that about 70% of people reported having burnout, 60% had symptoms of anxiety, a similar number had symptoms of depression, and about 40% reported symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, which is really actually quite an astonishingly high level of mental health symptoms. The other thing that we found that was really interesting in the study was that many of those healthcare workers recognised at the time that they had those symptoms. So they actually had very good insight into what they were experiencing. And yet, again, rather astonishingly, what we found was that only 25% of people actually sought any professional help to deal with those mental health symptoms.
And was this survey motivated by the outbreak of COVID? What was the reason you started this study?
Absolutely. It was motivated by the commencement of the pandemic. And I guess really the impetus was my own experience as a frontline healthcare worker, seeing the chaos and disruption that the pandemic very quickly generated in our healthcare system. You know, in February 2020, when we were seeing the high volumes of patients who were really unwell overseas and the really high numbers of admissions and, you know, really strong healthcare systems overseas being overwhelmed, it created a lot of fear in our own healthcare system and led to quite a lot of chaos and disruption. And seeing that around me made it quite clear that all of us were experiencing these symptoms, and that if we did not systematically measure this and report it, it would be difficult to argue for change down the track, as we very much are arguing for that change right now.
Karen, were there any particular accounts from the front line that stood out to you?
Well, certainly we asked, in addition to the quantitative measures in the survey, we asked frontline healthcare workers to tell us about their experiences by asking free text questions. And certainly what comes out are in-depth stories of people's fear at the time, the worry they had about being able to provide good patient care, the concerns they had for spreading the virus to their families, and the need really for organisational change and the culture within healthcare systems.
Talk me through that kind of concern about patient care. What is it that they were worried about?
Well, at the time, you may recall that at the time, one of the biggest impacts that was felt for patient care and across the community were around visitor restrictions. And so healthcare workers talked about having to comfort people who were unable to have their family close by, to witness people dying without their loved ones present. And this caused huge, what we call moral distress for healthcare workers. But they also talked about the struggles to provide good patient care when they were needing to, for example, don and doff PPE, and the increased time that took in terms of the provision of patient care. They were also extremely worried about people not seeking help, or not being able to provide help because of the fear of the hospitals being overrun. So it was kind of traversed a whole range of issues that they saw that patient care may be compromised.
Professor Natasha Smallwood, this survey was done in 2020. For you as a frontline health worker, do you have a sense of how things have changed since then?
I mean, things have changed to an extent in the sense that we now have, we have good levels of personal protective equipment, we have vaccines, we have treatments, and I guess we have the experience in this country, which is very unique, of having a healthcare system that has never been completely overwhelmed. So we are very privileged, and 2 years down the track, it's quite reassuring where we are. But I guess what we're experiencing is a really high level of burnout, because healthcare workers have had to continuously respond at this heightened level of stress for more than 2 years now. And, we've got people who are working excessive hours. And on top of that, we've got all the catch-up care that we're doing. So we know a lot of people did not come forward for, routine appointments. We didn't see the usual numbers of cancers or heart attacks or other medical conditions that we normally would have seen in 2020 and 2021. So there's a lot of catch-up work that is now coming to us. And while the virus levels have settled a bit, we're now going into our influenza season, and we have really high numbers of patients in hospital with both COVID and with influenza. So it's really challenging because the pressure doesn't stop. And that's why so many people are burnt out, and we're hearing increasing numbers of people who are leaving because of that pressure.
Professor Karen Willis, there's often an emphasis put on people trying to cope with COVID on finding some individual resilience. To what extent does that help a frontline worker?
Well, we actually found that healthcare workers are extraordinarily resilient. We did a measure of resilience in the survey, and they scored really highly on that. What we do find that sometimes supporting individuals and providing individuals with those kinds of interventions may be useful, but more importantly, what came out time and time again is the need for organisational and cultural change to actually really support the mental health of health workers at all times and not just in crises. So one of the papers that we wrote was called Cracks in the System. And the idea is that what COVID did was really amplify the cracks that were already existing in the system in terms of really providing good organisational support for healthcare workers.
Professor Smallwood, we often hear about the need for more training, the need for more healthcare staff in regional areas, more urgent care clinics. This was part of Labor's election platform. These are fairly long-term propositions. What's the immediate fix while those other solutions come online?
Sadly, I don't think there is an immediate fix. I think actually the most cost-effective and common sense approach is to take a long-term vision to this, that we do certainly need more support, particularly in the regions. And in fact, we studied the regions as a subgroup in the study, and it was very clear that they had exactly the same issues, even though they didn't have as many COVID cases. There's always going to be another crisis around the corner, and we need much better long-term preparedness for crises within hospitals and within primary care. And that involves investment, considerable investment. You know, yes, we need more healthcare staff. We cannot be dependent on having our health workforce coming from overseas. So we need to train more of our healthcare workers. But we need the system to improve so that those healthcare workers don't leave when, you know, crises happen, and we cannot afford to lose an expensive, precious resource when there is a crisis and people become burnt out.
Professor Natasha Smallwood, Professor Karen Willis, thank you both for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In South Australia, a new clinic for long COVID sufferers has just been opened. It's received dozens of referrals since it opened last month. Current data shows that between 2 and 40% of people who contract COVID-19 end up with long-lasting symptoms, some for up to 2 years. Isabel Damon filed this report from Adelaide.
Those with long COVID often experience symptoms like a persistent cough, severe fatigue and muscle pain and weakness for weeks or even months after contracting the virus. Those patients here in Adelaide are now being referred to a long COVID clinic at the Royal Adelaide Hospital. It's brought together medical professionals like physiotherapists, cardiologists, lung specialists and even psychologists to try to provide more effective, organised and well-rounded treatment.
Patients, when they come to the clinic, are very appreciative of the information they are given. Primarily what we give them is reassurance that the symptoms that they're experiencing are real. That's usually the first question we get asked. Is this just in my head, or is this really due to COVID?
I've aged probably 10 years in the last 2 years. I'm what I was to what I am now in physical ability is considerably different.
I'm relieved that there's help out there, and they're very thorough, absolutely thorough, compassionate. I feel compassion from them, and I can see, you know, that they're learning from us as much as we're learning from them.
The information collected through the clinic is being fed back through to researchers trying to get a better idea of the full impact of long COVID. Specialists believe it could still be years before the condition is fully understood. They say while treatments are still being researched and confirmed, the best defence against long and severe illness is vaccination.
And that is the show for this week. Thanks for your company. From all of us, bye for now.
Hello, I'm Stan Grab. We're coming to you live from Sydney tonight. Joining me on the panel, constitutional lawyer and author Shireen Morris,
New South Wales Liberal MP Julian Leeser, who chairs the Standing Committee on Indigenous Affairs. Australia's first female Minister for Indigenous Australians, Linda Burney. Member of the Indigenous Voice Senior Advisory Group, Chris Kenny. Priest, human rights lawyer and academic, Frank Brennan. And joining us for part of tonight's discussion, we have Gail Mabo, daughter of land rights campaigner Eddie Koiki Mabo. She joins us from the library named after her father from James Cook University in Townsville. Please make everybody feel welcome.
My question is for the panel, in particular for Gail Mabo. I'm just wondering what you think the biggest impact of the Mabo decision has been for Indigenous Australians.
Gail.
Well, for me, I think it has been the recognition of Indigenous peoples on their country by doing acknowledgements of country and acknowledging those who are still there on their lands and giving them the opportunity to speak their language, do their dance and share their songs. So therefore, for me, that's the greatest step forward, is just acknowledging them who has always been here and will always remain to be here and be the first peoples of this country.
And Gail, when you reflect on the 30 years and what's been achieved, what still remains, do you think? What would your father think today, looking at what's happened, but also the road ahead?
Well, I think that comes down to where are we now? Because if we're stepping into a new government and we're stepping into that whole where the government wants to see change, and also that whole momentum of what Mabo has done and what Mabo can do in the future, because Mabo isn't just about land. Mabo is about a lot of things, and it's how you apply that to what you need to do to move forward. Because Dad has just given you, the path. It depends on what you pick up off that path to help you move forward and help you understand where we need to go. Because one door's open, now it's time for the next door to be open. So maybe we can do that as a collaborative to move things forward.
Frank Brennan, when we consider your father's legacy, take us back to that moment. What did it mean to him to be involved in that case and write that lead judgment?
Oh, I think probably for him it was the culmination of being an honourable lawyer and Australian citizen. When I think of his history, a lot of talk about the Pacific at the moment, isn't there? He in the 1960s was called into a big case in Fiji, which turned out to be about the land title of Fijians. And for him as an Australian, this opened his eyes. He came back, the Whitlam government was elected, and he was appointed as the lawyer for the Aborigines of the Northern Land Council in formulating the Aboriginal land rights in the Northern Territory. But then as a lawyer on the High Court, he spent 10 years while the Northern Territory government was constantly appealing provisions of that act. So I think he probably got to educate his fellow judges about the reality of Aboriginal relationships with land. So then when Mabo came along in 1992, he'd had, 25 or 30 years as a lawyer wrestling with these difficult questions where he knew that terra nullius was just not on.
The idea, of course, that this was an empty land for the taking.
Yeah, that it had no credibility. And particularly in 1975, there'd been the decision of the International Court of Justice. In fact, I've often thought with the Uluru Statement from the Heart, you'll all know that there's that very eloquent provision in it about ancestral land between land of Mother Nature, people born therefrom, remaining attached thereto, returning thither.
I think the spiritual notion of sovereignty.
Yeah, but I think you and Linda would agree, that's not very Aboriginal language, but it was a wonderful quote from my father's judgment, which in turn was a quote from Judge Amoun, a Lebanese judge in the Western Sahara case in 1975, which in turn was a quote from a Congolese lawyer appearing for Zaire about Western Sahara, who appeared in The Hague and said, you Europeans treat us as primitives, and yet we have a life, a culture, which is so robust, and it's about time you Europeans woke up to it. And that's what we now celebrate, but it's also the complexity that we now deal with in Australia.
Linda, what are your memories of the Mabo judgment and the legacy of it today?
Look, thank you, Stan. I acknowledge country and give my deep regard to your family, Frank.
Thank you, Linda.
I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing when it came onto the radio that the High Court had come down in favour of Gail's dad and his fellow petitioners. I was on City Road, not far from here, and I listened to it and I thought, finally, I felt so legitimate because that notion of terra nullius was thrown out and it was recognised that this was not an empty land. In fact, prior ownership was absolutely decided that day. And I think the second thing, Stan, is that it was really the first time in Australian history that law was being made in terms of land between Aboriginal people and the High Court of Australia. So those two things, but particularly getting rid of that notion, that lie, that fallacy of terra nullius.
Gail, I'll just come back to you for a quick observation. Of course, there was no guarantee, was there, that this case was going to succeed. Your father had fought through the various courts of Queensland and persisted and persisted and persisted and sadly didn't live to see the judgment. Give us a sense of what inspired your father, what kept him going?
I think what kept him going was actually the notion that if he was to lose, what was the outcome of his children? Because he wanted to make sure that we did have that land, because to him it was who we are and that's where we're connected to. So to lose that is to lose what? To lose who you are. And he was trying to instill in us the whole strength of our culture, which was the basis of everything that he knew that moved us forward. So therefore, if we take away the land, who are we? We're lost people. So therefore, that fight was his mantra, that he wanted to make sure that we had entitlement to that land.
In 1992, we had a crazy scare campaign for many about the Mabo decision. I'd like to know how many of you on the panel know any non-Indigenous people who had blackfellas performing corroborees with their extended families and had their backyards ripped up and taken over. Are we likely to see a repeat of these ludicrous crimes when a referendum is called about constitutional change?
Julie and Lisa.
Well, look, I hope that we're not. I don't know anybody who had their backyard claim, but I think we need to remember what a revolution in the law Mabo was at the time. It's such a historic case, and we're talking about it because it changed the law so much from what had been there beforehand. I think if I can go back to the point that you put to Gail, I think the key thing that's come out of Mabo is actually native title itself. Since Mabo, there have been 577 determinations of native title. Native title now covers 43% of the Australian landmass, which is extraordinary. At the time, you're right, there was lots of concern from mining interests and pastoralists about the effect of native title. But now mining companies and pastoralists are some of the people who are most forward-looking in terms of trying to find ways of working with Indigenous people to try and get benefits for them. And I think that's the next phase for dealing with native title more
We're going to
broadly.
pick up that question of native title in just a moment because there are still questions remaining about that and potential need for reform. But just to come back to the question here, Chris Kenny, what's the risk of an old-style culture war around this, around the voice, around the referendum on the Uluru Statement from the Heart, with all of the scare campaign that we've seen in the past?
Yeah, certainly I remember the Mabo scare campaigns. It was revolutionary. There was a lot of uncertainty in the country, and there was, of course, as you say, some ridiculous scares perpetrated. You get that in all debates. We're getting that all the time in the climate debate. We get them all around all sorts of political issues. So far, the debate on the voice has seen some furphies put up. We've seen the furphy put up about this being a third chamber. That was uttered by Prime Minister at the time, Malcolm Turnbull, and another former Prime Minister, Tony Abbott, has used that phrase as well. Barnaby Joyce, interestingly enough, used that phrase, then recognised it was erroneous and apologised for using it. But that's not an outrageous scare. But there's been the other point about the voice that we hear all the time, and I'll continue to address this in public debate and in what I write, is that it's divisive, is that it's racially divisive. And to me, this is a perversion of a debate. This is a measure entitled to redress Indigenous disadvantage, to be fair and just to Indigenous people in our country.
Is that what won you over? Because, you know, from a conservative political position to embrace the idea of the voice, what was it that convinced you? Because of the potential to have better outcome? Was that the thing that won you?
The two things that won me over, and Shireen and I were talking about this in depth many, many years ago, 7 or 8 years ago, I suppose. But the two key points is, one is to protect the Constitution, and this is where Julian's done a lot of work, constitutional change that won't lead to all sorts of judicial activism. And I was satisfied that that could be done through this measure. But most importantly, that it would lead to practical outcomes for Indigenous people. The Indigenous leaders I was speaking to said, don't give us symbolism. We've had enough of your symbolism over the years. Don't just make some quaint reference to us in the preamble to the Constitution. What does that deliver for Indigenous Australians? But through this measure, there can be an enduring guarantee that Indigenous Australians are consulted about laws made to impact on them. What could be fairer? What could be more just? And you're actually then recognising Indigenous Australians in the Constitution in a practical and useful way, so that when they give feedback from the grassroots to government, it will help deliver better education outcomes. It will help deliver better health, better prosperity, job opportunities, better law and order. These are all the practical things that people like Jacinta Price and other conservative politicians want to see. Well, the voice is a way to help deliver it.
Shireen Morris, as Chris said, you've worked across the political aisle. You ran for Labor in the Senate at the recent election. You're also an Indian Australian, and I'm wondering what multicultural Australia, and I know you can't speak for everybody, I don't want to put that onto you, but is there a sense of what people who don't necessarily share the colonial legacy of the country feel about something like the Uluru Statement from the Heart?
Absolutely, and I think there's this growing sentiment in the Australian community, particularly among multicultural Australians and, interestingly enough, multi-faith Australians. So just last Friday, there was a joint resolution released by all the peak religious organisations of Australia. But it's not just in those who have this empathy of shared historical experience with, you know, colonial powers overseas. I do really believe there is a deep reservoir of goodwill amongst Australians in favour of this issue. And I think that transcends left or right. You know, I really do. I think this is bigger than ordinary political divides. And I think there's a ton of goodwill on the political right for this issue. So, yeah, getting back to the question, I think there will be some scare campaigns and there will be some furphies, as Chris said, put out there. But I think we're in a really good position to tackle those head on, have a respectful, open, honest debate, address the mistruths when they come up in a rational, calm way. And I think the advocates in this issue have done the groundwork to do everything possible to get Conservatives on side to minimise that nasty side of the debate because, as Chris explained, Indigenous advocates did the hard yards to reach out to constitutional Conservatives, right, early on in the piece. So as Julian knows really well, this is the only constitutional reform proposal on the table that empowers Indigenous people with a voice in their affairs on the one hand, but also upholds and protects the Constitution, protects parliamentary supremacy. So that's why I think we're going to have a nicer and more rational debate than in the past.
Gwenda Stanley Moree, woman in behalf of the Aboriginal 10 Embassy. We have been around for 50 years. Our main aim was about land rights and sovereignty. So we pose the question is, what are we going to get out of this Constitution? We have a Labor government, and as you can see up on this panel here, there is no diverse conversation with us as the people. Shireen, you have the interests of the Constitution and the Crown. What about us as the Indigenous people of this country? When as is this government, we have still 50 years still fighting for land rights. You give us native title. We have 30 years of claims that are still sitting under the Land Rights Act as well. When is this government and the Australian government going to address the Holocaust of the genocide in this country? The reparatory justice and land back. We do not support the Uluru Statement. I was one of those delegates that was threatened. I was also one of those delegates that was locked out of the Constitution Summit meeting. I would like to know what is in this Constitution and how will it benefit us as Aboriginal people in this country? Does anyone else know what they're voting for? Because last time I sat at a Labor rank women's file meeting last year and not one of those Labor members could tell me what was in the Constitution. And you are only have the interest of the Crown. Where is the interest of us as Indigenous Australians, First Nation, Gomeroi people, the first impact by colonialism, by pastoral law, while we still have these governments and these Liberal Labor parties still making decisions on our affairs? Does the panel want and invite a voice from all of us, or do you intend to keep continuing locking us out?
Let me put that question. Thank you, Glenda. I'll put that question to you, Linda.
Look, thank you, and know Maury very well and know that there's a reconciliation committee out there doing some very good work. But the point you raise is a really important one. The Labor Party, the party that I represent, is the party that has accepted the Uluru Statement in full. But I have been around for a long time and we've thought about this very carefully. It'll be my job as the Minister for Indigenous Australians to bring people together, to listen to people that disagree with the Uluru Statement, to listen to people that agree, and try and find common ground. That is what's important. It would be absolutely wrong not to listen to everyone's voices. And the thing that I see my role as being is to try and build a consensus. Build a consensus with the community and build a consensus across the party. And as Shireen has said, build a consensus in various sectors within the community, be it the faith community, the business community, the non-government sector, Aboriginal organisation, Aboriginal communities. And in any negotiation, you have to compromise and you have to listen to what everyone's saying. I would like to think, in a direct answer to your question, that if we can change the Australian Constitution, as much like Chris was saying, it will address social justice issues for our people, because there will be a group of elected people that will have a say on the laws that affect Aboriginal people. And I would rather have that advice going to the Parliament than what we have seen and what you've drawn our attention to over a long period of time of failure. So this is an opportunity to get the voices of our people into the Parliament and an opportunity to stop the things that haven't worked and to make changes to not only the Constitution but social justice outcomes as well.
I want to come back to you in just a moment, Gwenda. Can I just put this question to you, Frank? If you go to the Tent Embassy in Canberra, you will see the word sovereignty, and what Gwenda was talking about was sovereignty. But if we go to the Mabo case itself, it stopped at the water's edge, didn't it? Of course, it recognised pre-existing and continuing title, but that fell to the soil, if you like, with British law. But sovereignty, it stopped at the water's edge. Why?
Because the judges said we're only judges, and we're a court set up under the sovereign, under what we would call the Crown. And they said we're not here to question our own legitimacy. We're the highest court in the land, but we're not able to question the sovereignty which is underlying. And that's why the Tent Embassy is, and has long been, an eloquent poetic expression to the nation about questioning the underlying efficacy of the sovereignty of the nation.
Could Australia ever deal with that in a real sense?
Well, I don't think it can deal with it through the courts. So the question is how we then deal with it as a nation, and as a nation you would normally do that through your founding document. It would be, I suppose, saying to those of you in the tent embassy, what would be the preconditions for you coming in under the Australian Constitution? What are the things that you would want to see recognised in terms of self-determination?
But remember that the other aspects of the Uluru Statement is about agreement and treaty making, which is a long, complex problem and goes to the heart, I think, of what's being said. But it's also the national process of truth-telling.
Yeah, I might just go back to Gwenda. Where does the Uluru Statement fail in your view, and what would you prefer?
Well, first off, the reconciliation was on number 339 of the Royal Commission of Aboriginal Deaths in Custody. We forgot to address the 334 to 338. For 30 years we've been reconciling, 232 years we've been reconciling. Why are we still trying to integrate into a system that systemically oppresses us? We need open dialogues. We need more communication on the grassroots, not hand-picked selective representative bodies that are still controlled and dictated by government. We need to come to the table, come to the Aboriginal tent embassies, sit with us, take it back to the people, take it back to the grass people, us that are still living on these concentration camps. You call them communities. They are actually concentration camps in this country. The Holocaust happened here in Australia, and it needs to be addressed. And we do that by coming to an agreement on our terms, not on government terms.
I might just get a comment before we move on. Thank you, Gwenda, to Gail Mabo. Gail, I'm wondering where your father would sit on questions of the voice, because I know that Eddie Mabo had long campaigned for autonomy for Torres Strait. I'm wondering if you're listening to what Gwenda's concerns are, Frank's statements about sovereignty, and even how the Mabo judgment did not resolve questions of sovereignty. Where do you believe your father would sit on the voice?
So for me, I think what Dad was trying to do was, regain his land, make what he wanted to do beneficial for all Australians. Because at that time, you have to think, it was a height of land rights, and so Dad was one of those people who listened to everything about what was happening for land rights, and he knew people who were fighting in different communities, like. He knew the people from Yirrkala who did the Bark Statement, and he listened to those. He listened to all aspects of peoples, because to be informed and to move forward, you have to listen to all. And it's that thing of you have to learn to sit down and listen, because if you don't listen to everyone, you can't get their messages across, and you can't be selective on who you speak to. You have to talk to everybody, and it is inclusive of all communities, not just the selected few.
There are now 19 female ministers in government and the highest number of women in parliament ever. This shows that women are arguably the most important force in Australian politics today. My question is, what will it take for Australia to elect its second female Prime Minister, and who do you think this could be?
Linda. That may be both a question and an answer. I'm not quite sure.
No, it's not. I will not say who it's going to be. I don't know.
Is the woman in Parliament now who is likely to be the next female Prime Minister?
Quite possibly. But what I can say is that the amount of women in Parliament now is higher than any other time. But in the Labor Party, and that's the party that I'm a member of, we have elected an overwhelming amount of women at this election. And the great thing about it is that they are women from diverse backgrounds. There's women from an Egyptian Muslim woman that's just become a minister.
Anne Ali.
Anne Ali. There's women from Sri Lanka, Vietnam, 6 First Nations people were elected, 3 of them women. Just a wonderful diversity, and the Labor Party is now about 56% women, and I think the rest of the Parliament's about 23, 24%. And the way in which we've gotten to that is through affirmative action. I know that that's frowned upon in some parties, but we've taken deliberate steps to make sure that the Parliament is more reflective and our party is more reflective of the Australian community, and it's working.
Shireen?
I think there's a lot of talented and experienced women in the Parliament now. So I don't know there's too many to choose from. But I think the increasing diversity of Parliament that we're now seeing is long overdue, and it's good to see. More important, though, than I think the identity of the parliamentarians is if they deliver on their promises. So I'm excited to see how a Labor government is going to take us to a voice referendum in their first term, deliver cheaper childcare, enact an ICAC, things like that. So I'm really looking forward to the future. But yep, the electors need to hold them to account.
There is hope.
Now, I have to hold the three gentlemen on the panel to a very short answer because we're almost done. But Julie and Lisa, who on your side of politics now, if we're talking about a future female Prime Minister, who puts their hand up, do you think?
Look, I'm not going to give anyone the kiss of death. I think we've got very good women that have just come in, people like Zoe McKenzie. We've got 2 Indigenous senators that have come in on our side, so that's very exciting. But we do need to encourage more women to stand for Parliament on our side and to be supported when they stand. And I committed last year to do what I can to use what political capital I have to encourage more women in my party to stand, and I'll continue to do so.
Chris and then Frank.
Look, I would have thought that Tanya Plibersek was looking one of the most likely, but that's why she's been sent to the bush to buy a new pair of R.M. Williams and a Dryzerbone and see what happens out there, see how Albo goes. But I think the Liberals need to address this. I think they need to look at quotas because targets haven't worked. A target is just a quota that you don't have to meet. So I think when it comes to female representation, then I think it's one case where you could justify a quota because Parliament's supposed to be representative. You need to make sure that's the most important difference between us. It doesn't matter what religion we are, what race we are, what our sexuality is. The one fundamental difference in humans is male and female, and we should try and have reasonably equal representation of them in Parliament.
I can be very short. As a Catholic priest, I'm not competent to comment.
Indeed. We'll save that one for another day. Frank, thank you so much. And again, thank you for your father's service to our country. It was
Pleasure.
an extraordinary achievement. And that's all we have time for tonight. Please thank our panel, Shireen Morris, Julie and Lisa, Linda Burney, Chris Kenny, Frank Brennan, and of course earlier, Gail Mabo. Thanks to everyone for your questions and to you at home for joining in our conversation as well. Virginia Trioli is in the seat next week. She'll be with you live from Sydney, exploring the power of performance, joined by a panel of artists and thinkers, including music legends Darren Hayes, Katie Noonan, and cook, writer and TV presenter Adam Liao. Until then, have a good night.
Chill this winter on ABC iView.
Oh, wow.
With a world of great docos.
Who is this guy? He's so good, believe in me.
Malakuta needs to advocate for what we want.
We know best about what we need. If he goes down, so will journalism.
5, 6, 7. These hills are alive with creativity.
You feel like you've forgotten to get dressed if you go out in the paddock without a dog.
Stream for free on ABC iView.
Hello.
Ooh, this is a good question.
What?
I really didn't want to be gay.
You kept the gay stuff in the cupboard.
My mum outed me.
Stigma still exists.
Who asked this question? There's not just one way to be gay.
Whatever you're into, there's a lot of sex. We're really horny beings. What's the big deal?
Oh my God. I've heard of you. Opening the can of worms.
The ins and outs of being a gay man.
You shocked me more than the question.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You can't ask that. Wednesday on ABC or stream the series on ABC iView.
The Queen lights up Windsor Castle before being forced to withdraw from a Platinum Jubilee service at St Paul's Cathedral. The Foreign Minister heads to Tonga to reaffirm Australia's commitment to the Pacific. Crown on the verge of claiming a long sought-after casino licence in New South Wales. And 30 years since Eddie Mabo changed the course of Australian history. Good evening, Michael Tetlow with ABC News. The Queen has pulled out of a service in her honour at St Paul's Cathedral after experiencing discomfort during her Platinum Jubilee celebrations. While Her Majesty remained at Buckingham Palace, most of her family, led by Prince Charles and Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall, were in attendance. William and Kate, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, were among the last to arrive at the cathedral. William's younger brother Harry and his wife Meghan also attended after not taking part in the earlier official proceedings. Inside the cathedral there were readings from the Bishop of London and the British Prime Minister. Prince Andrew did not attend after being diagnosed with COVID. With more, here's Europe correspondent Nick Dole.
With an adoring crowd gathered on her doorstep, the Queen came out to give them what they wanted. She's been on this balcony countless times over her 70 years on the throne, but it's hard to get sick of a spectacle like this.
It's a big event, isn't it? And it's not, no one's going to reign for that long again.
At 96 and facing mobility issues, she opted to stay inside the palace grounds, but the rest of the family gave the crowd a display of their own. Prince Louis practicing the royal wave over and over before Princess Charlotte told him to give it a rest. They started the day watching their father, the Duke of Cambridge, and their grandfather, the Prince of Wales, on the parade ground, flanked by thousands of troops. No longer a senior royal, Harry, the Duke of Sussex, watched from a window above, along with the Duchess. But they weren't on the balcony as the crowd surged forward to see the family. This moment was for the inner circle and their children, who are still coming to terms with the dazzling sights and deafening sounds of a military flypast.
The crowds were so big that police had to stop letting people in here. It's unlikely the Queen will ever see a celebration quite like this ever again, and people here are determined to make sure it's a big one.
You have events like these and then you realise just how many people, love the institution.
And to a certain extent, it is a welcome distraction to those troubled times, without doubt.
From the palace in London to the castle in Windsor, the Queen was feeling well enough to light the Jubilee beacon. More than 3,000 of these are glowing around the Commonwealth, where few can remember life without her in it. Nick Dole, ABC News, London.
Foreign Minister Penny Wong has used a second trip to the Pacific to reaffirm Australia's commitment to maintaining security in the region. During a visit to Tonga, Senator Wong said regional security should be a matter for the Pacific family. Her counterpart from China is on the final leg of a 10-nation blitz, with Beijing still attempting to push through a regional security deal. PNG correspondent Natalie Whiting has more.
Touchdown in Tonga. An audience with the King and meetings with the Prime Minister.
We are not a government or a country that wants to come in and tell you what you should do.
Tonga welcomed the early visit from the new Foreign Minister.
This is a clear sign of the Australian government's strong commitment to strengthening our bilateral relations and engagement with our region.
The visit came with a pointed message.
We want regional security to be dealt with, to be the responsibility of the Pacific family, of which we are a part.
Elsewhere in the Pacific, China's Foreign Minister was welcomed with open, or rather linked, arms in PNG. Wang Yi held formal talks with his counterpart before calling on the Prime Minister. PNG wants the focus on economic development, not geopolitics.
Papua New Guinea's fundamental foreign policy has always been friends to all, enemies to none.
Both were asked about the Solomon Islands security deal.
The Solomon Islands has asked us for security cooperation with China. We are not building a military base in this region.
and about a failed attempt to get 10 Pacific nations to sign off on a sweeping agreement that covered security and trade. It's not dead, but could be delayed.
In accordance with the wishes of the 10 island countries that have established diplomatic relations with China, we are also willing to build a sub-regional cooperation platform.
Pacific Island countries which China has bilateral agreements have decided to postpone this discussion to next year.
After his brief meetings here in PNG, Wang Yi left to fly out to Timor-Leste, where he has a full schedule this evening and tomorrow, including meeting with the President and Prime Minister there and signing a number of agreements. That will then bring an end to his unprecedented 8-country tour of the region. Natalie Whiting, ABC News, Port Moresby.
Crown Resorts is on the verge of securing a conditional licence to finally open its casino in Sydney. That's despite a year-long inquiry by the gaming regulator that found it was unfit to hold a gaming licence. It comes the same week Crown was fined a record $80 million for illegal practices in Melbourne.
Towering above the Sydney CBD, Crown has been missing the thing it wants most, a gaming licence.
To give them a licence right now is basically to make a farce of due diligence that is required in granting a casino licence.
Last year, the New South Wales gaming regulator found it was unfit to have a licence. It said sweeping changes were needed. Now, the same regulator is recommending a licence with a long list of conditions. State Cabinet will look at that next week.
Well, this is a decision of the regulator, and certainly they're the authority and they're the body who are independently identified to actually undertake this assessment of the casino.
The plans are so advanced that Crown has started advertising jobs at Barangaroo, including table games dealers and a general manager of gaming. It's a decade since billionaire James Packer pitched his dream of a VIP casino in Sydney to then Premier Barry O'Farrell.
It's about the creation of jobs, it's about growing the tourism sector.
But much has changed since then, including multiple probes into Crown, a potential new owner, and regulatory intervention by the Chinese government. Just this week, Crown was slapped with an $80 million fine in Victoria over illegal practices.
The fact that the Chinese market has totally disappeared and is never likely to return again means that the business justification for having a second casino, particularly one as high-end as Barangaroo, is no longer there.
As Crown tries to salvage its reputation, an ongoing inquiry into its rival Star has heard days of damaging allegations. They include the use of sham documents, disdain for regulators, and possible criminal conduct.
We submit something has gone very seriously wrong within the culture of the senior ranks of Star Entertainment.
A verdict on Star's suitability to operate a casino is due in August. Jake Lapham, ABC News, Sydney.
30 years ago, the High Court handed down the groundbreaking Mabo decision, which struck out the notion Australia was an empty land before the British arrived. Eddie Mabo's legacy is continued by many First Nations communities seeking to reclaim their land, including the Ngunnawal people, who've lodged a native title claim over the entire ACT. A warning to Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander viewers, this report contains pictures of people who have died. Here's Indigenous Affairs reporter Jetta Costa.
A day of reflection and celebration on Kabi Kabi country. Torres Strait Islander dancers paid tribute to a pioneer of land rights.
That conviction took his fight as far as the High Court in this country.
It was 30 years ago that Eddie Koiki Mabo and 5 other Mer Islander plaintiffs won their High Court case to abolish the concept of terra nullius.
That we're taking the matter to court.
It was during his time as a gardener at James Cook University that Koiki started his campaign, when historians told him that technically he didn't own his land on Mer Island.
They say they want their land back, and they're seeking a Supreme Court order declaring them the rightful owners.
Sadly, Mabo died only months before his hard work was recognised. The feeling of hearing the news is forever etched into his daughter's memory.
Everything he did, it wasn't in vain. He achieved what he set out to do, which was get his land back.
The Mabo process paved the way for successful native title claims across the country, but for communities who have missed out, the process can be heartbreaking. The Yorta Yorta people in Victoria were one of the first mobs to lodge a claim, but were dismayed when it was rejected.
It's a wonderful thing for people to be able to get to the table, but in regards to real rights for us and land rights, it's not there.
The future of land rights has been on the agenda this week at one of the biggest events on the Indigenous calendar at the IAPSA Summit on the Sunshine Coast.
All nations all coming here for, talking about their goals, to restore our culture.
And today, in a nod to Mabo's fight, the Ngunnawal people have announced they are working on a major native title claim. 300 family groups will register the claim over all of the ACT and parts of New South Wales.
We want to make a very clear statement that this is Ngunnawal land. It always was and it always will be.
For the Mabo family too, Eddie Koiki's legacy is ever evolving.
To me, he's my hero. And 30 years on, he will still remain my hero.
A hero who shook the foundations of Australian law. Jetta Costa, ABC News, Cubby Cubby Country.
In rugby league, more than 18 months after their last match in New South Wales, the Blues can't wait to tap into a home crowd advantage on Wednesday night. Training at their Coogee base, the New South Wales side was visited by Australian spinner Nathan Lyon. But the chance to start the series on a winning note next week remains their focus.
We love to play at home, especially for us Panthers guys, so it'll feel like that to see our families and that in the stands, and just that sea of blue will be pretty awesome as well because some of us haven't experienced that yet, so can't wait to get out there.
The Maroons won't have a home crowd, but do have Billy Slater, Jonathan Thurston and Cameron Smith as coaches.
Yeah, you get in here and you see the assistant coaches, it's pretty special. And I was lucky enough to play with a couple of them, but to now be coached by them, I think it's a really good crew.
The Maroons depart for Sydney on Monday. US teenager Coco Gauff has become the youngest French Open finalist in 21 years, setting up a clash with world #1 Poland's Iga Świątek. Gauff was far too strong for Italy's Martina Trevisan, winning 6-3, 6-1. After the match, the 18-year-old American left an anti-gun message on a TV camera.
This has been an issue, at least in my head, for a long time, and I definitely think there needs to be some reform put into place. And I think now, especially being 18, I've really been trying to educate myself around certain situations because now I have the right to vote, and I want to use that wisely.
In the other semi-final, Iga Świątek crushed Russian Daria Kasatkina in straight sets, 6-2, 6-1, to set up Saturday's final against the young American. And that is ABC News to the moment. For more at any time, go to our website, news.abc.net.au. I'm Michael Tetlow. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to New NATO. I'm David Lipson. The global implications of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine will likely see Finland and Sweden join NATO, the Western military alliance. It signifies an historic shift in policy for the peace-loving Nordic countries and significantly redraws Europe's security map. The North Atlantic Treaty Organisation was formed in 1949 by 12 countries, including the US, UK, Canada and France. NATO's original aim was to counter Russian expansion in Europe after World War II. Members agree to come to one another's aid if they come under armed attack. NATO has now sent elements of its 40,000-strong response force to countries bordering Russia and Ukraine. It has fighter jets on alert and naval ships, including aircraft carrier groups, patrolling the seas. Both Sweden and Finland, which has a 1,340-kilometre border with Russia, have highly capable militaries. NATO members agree to spend 2% of their GDP on defence. Finland's expected to meet that target this year, and Sweden says it'll do so as soon as possible. Well, Minna Alonda is a Northern Europe expert at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Berlin, and she joins me now. Thanks so much for being with us. Just paint a picture for us, the historical and geopolitical significance of these two countries that have prided themselves on their neutrality in the past, racing to join NATO.
So basically, if you look at the operational side, the difference whether they will now get full membership or stay outside is not huge, because both Finland and Sweden have been already cooperating very closely with NATO for a long time. They already enhanced opportunity partners, and the interoperability of both Finnish and Swedish armed forces with NATO structures is very high. And that has been also a deliberate policy in both Finland and Sweden in the past decades to reach this kind of highest possible level of interoperability and closest possible cooperation just below the threshold of full membership. I would say that actually maybe in Finland, non-alignment, you can't really speak of neutrality in the stricter sense of the term, because both countries have been EU members since 1995. So in that sense, they have not been neutral in the European security architecture, but just non-aligned militarily. And in Finland, this has been the non-alignment was a pragmatic decision, and now deciding to join NATO is as well a pragmatic decision. So maybe less a matter of pride. For Sweden, it's a bit different, because as the Swedish foreign policy identity has been very strongly centered around this narrative of neutrality and non-alignment.
When you talk about there not being such a huge difference should they join, formally, surely that security guarantee, though, that if another country touches one of them, invades one of them, it affects all of NATO. They come to their aid. Surely that's a big difference.
That is a huge difference indeed, yes. That is the biggest difference, absolutely. There is also a kind of regional dimension to this, the Nordic Defence Cooperation, acronym NORDEFCO. So in that sense, of course, these two countries now finally being full members of the club, that enables new levels of cooperation. Naturally, it will be enhanced and deepened and intensified, and it makes a big difference, especially for the Article 5. Not only will other NATO members come to their help, but of course Finland and Sweden will also come to other NATO members' help. What I meant was maybe that because of this very close cooperation already in the past decades, and which has been intensified a lot, especially since 2014, the Crimea annexation by Russia, there is not a huge operational, in the day-to-day basis. So these two countries will be able to contribute almost instantly.
I see. So obviously this move, should it go ahead, will not only offer those guarantees for Finland and Sweden, but also expand the footprint of NATO. But what are the risks? I mean, Russia has already launched 3 wars on the basis of an expanded NATO, or fears of an expanded NATO. Could this provoke Russia further?
Basically, this is a move of risk reduction for Finland and Sweden. The idea here is to kind of make the threshold of any military aggression towards these two countries as high as possible. This is the idea. It's kind of like an extra insurance. Finland, for example, has a very capable defense capacity, and the Finnish defense is entirely kind of calibrated towards like defending our eastern border. So the idea is not to outsource our defense now to NATO and to like trust NATO to come to defend our border to Russia once we are members, but it is more like an insurance. Like when you see that your neighbor's house is burning because someone set it on fire, of course you will want to get an insurance for your house in this way. Yeah.
What about Turkey's role in this? For now, they're resisting this move, and that could bring it down. How do you see that ending? Will Turkey, in your view, ultimately allow this?
I'm still confident that Turkey is not intent on like entirely blocking Finland and Sweden from accessing NATO, but he's just putting a price on accepting the new members, and that he's kind of like out to get the best possible deal. I think there's some domestic signaling in this. He wants to show strength domestically with elections coming up next year in Turkey, and this Kurdish issue is always kind of like convenient for Erdogan to use for his domestic purposes. And on the other hand, this is not only about Sweden and Finland, it's also about USA. So I think Erdogan is using this as to strengthen his negotiation position vis-a-vis USA, especially what comes to the exclusion from the F-35 fighter jet program.
Minna Alonda from the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Berlin. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, there are reports amid its war in Ukraine, Russia is conducting nuclear drills on its own soil. It's part of a pattern of nuclear sabre rattling from Moscow since it invaded its western neighbour more than 3 months ago. Experts have warned the war in Ukraine could drive nuclear proliferation and, more broadly, defence budgets and weapons purchases. Weapons of war, of brutality, of mass destruction. At times used as instruments in the balance of power, but at worst, they're the tools of tyrants. Before Russia's war in Ukraine, arms sales the world over were down, with a few exceptions. One of those was weapons sales to Europe, driven by a deterioration in relations with Russia. Another is arms sales to Oceania, and in particular to Australia, fuelled by tensions with China. The constellation of arms sales from 6 countries, China, France, Germany, the UK, Russia and the United States, makes up 80% of the world's weapons exports. The US has the lion's share of the market, followed by Russia. Moscow's top customers are India and China, 2 world powers notably absent from the host of countries which have placed sanctions on Russia for waging war on Ukraine. India, one of the largest arms importers in the world, relies on Russia for half the weapons it brings in from overseas, whereas China has turned to manufacturing more of its own weapons. Its share of the global arms import market is less than half that of India. And while there are foreign policy objectives in selling to certain countries over others, the weapons business is not primarily geared towards values, rather value, worth more than $500 billion a year. Given where we are today, it might come as a surprise that when Russian-backed separatists took parts of eastern Ukraine in 2015, 10 EU countries continued to export weapons to Moscow in the years that followed, sales which amounted to more than $500 million. But now, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Europe's geopolitical defence strategy has shifted.
We have been living in an amazing era of peace in the last few decades, and it wasn't some kind of hippie fantasy. You saw it in the bottom line, you saw it in the budgets. In Europe, in the European Union, the average defense budget of EU members was around 3% of government budget. And that's a historical miracle, almost. For most of history, the budget of kings and emperors and sultans, like 50%, 80%, goes to war, goes to the army.
Germany, France, Belgium, Italy, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, and even Sweden have all announced increases to their defence budgets in the face of a rising Russian threat to the EU and NATO.
Given what they are facing, it's reasonable for the Germans, for the Poles, for all of Europe to double their budgets. And you see other countries around the world doing the same thing. But this is, a race to the bottom. When they double their budgets, other countries look and feel insecure and double their budgets. So they have to double them again and triple them. And the money that should go to healthcare, that should go to education, that should go to fight climate change, this money will now go to tanks, to missiles, to fighting wars. Even if you live in Australia, even if you live in Brazil, you will feel the repercussions of this war in less healthcare, in deteriorating ecological crisis.
In addition to raising its defence budget by 14%, Romania has started emergency iodide pill production, which helps block radiation poisoning in the event of a nuclear blast. There are concerns over Russian President Vladimir Putin's decision to put his nuclear deterrence forces on high alert.
Just before the invasion, as Russian ground forces massed on the Ukraine border, Putin observed an exercise of Russian strategic nuclear forces. Days later, in his televised announcement of the invasion, he ominously warned the United States and its NATO partners, quote, "To anyone who would consider interfering from the outside, if you do, you will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history." Close quote. Putin's nuclear saber-rattling highlights the danger of introducing nuclear weapons into a conventional conflict. His move could begin a cycle of escalation that would be very difficult to control.
More than 90% of the world's nuclear weapons are divided between the US and Russia, with the remainder spread out among 7 other nuclear-armed countries. Russia's war in Ukraine has a number of potential disastrous consequences, one of which is the potential for a new era of nuclear proliferation, including rogue states.
I have long suspected that Russia has been quietly supporting North Korean missile developments for a number of years. I think that those suspicions were confirmed recently because among the sanctions against Russia were some sanctions, some Russian companies for supporting North Korea's missile programs. So I think you could see Russia increasing its support of, increasing its aid to North Korea in terms of weapons development.
Since the beginning of the Cold War, nuclear weapons have been part of the calculus, the global balance of power. But with Russia's destabilising war, a new paradigm may be emerging in which we're forced to consider the worst. Or in the words of Albert Einstein, I know not which weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Well, let's take a look now at the perspective from inside Russia's borders. Pavel Felgenhauer is a Russian military analyst and he joins me now from Moscow. Thanks very much for being with us. First of all, what is the state of play in Ukraine and throughout Europe as far as Moscow sees it now?
Well, Russia is continuing its operation, as it's called, hoping to achieve victory in the coming summer campaign. The land is already dry enough to fight move heavy vehicles. And both sides, of course, are preparing for a decisive summer campaign, which begins more or less in earnest right now and will last maybe till October. If there won't be, of course, a ceasefire somewhere along the road, which right now seems rather impossible. Both sides have broken off any kind of negotiations. Their positions on the how to end this conflict are miles apart. That means both sides believe that on the battlefield they can achieve more than at the negotiations. So it's going to be more war and war and not talk and talk in the coming months.
Yeah, because what does victory look like for Russia now?
Well, Russia has already said that the Ukraine should recognize the annexation of Crimea, as Crimea is Russian, recognize the independence of these smallish Donbas states that Russia has recognized. Now again, Russia also says that Ukraine and other provinces that Russia right now controls, they can also maybe become independent. And of course, most likely Ukraine would have to take commitments not to join NATO, not to disarm or something like that. So Russia has a lot of what they want from Ukraine. Ukraine is not ready to give and demands that Russia return to positions antebellum as they were on February the 24th, which Russia is not ready to do after all the sacrifice and losses. So that's how it is. But Russia is so much engaged in Ukraine means that, say, the Russian reaction to Sweden and Finland joining NATO is going to be very muted. Because Russia can not do much about it, too preoccupied with Ukraine and, of course, the sanctions that they're increasingly going to bite into the Russian economy and financial system and overall infrastructure of the country.
How real do you think are these thinly veiled threats by Moscow of nuclear attacks? This sort of sabre rattling on that, especially as we see this arms race now accelerating across Europe?
Well, the arms race accelerating in Europe and maybe in other countries is about conventional weapons, because the Ukrainian conflict is all about conventional weapons. And actually, the usage of armaments and munitions is so high that stockpiles in Russia and in Europe and in other countries are getting increasingly low, because production can't really right now cover the losses. So that means there's going to be a large expansion of the defense industry worldwide to just cover the losses, replace the stockpiles that are being right now rapidly used up. Nuclear weapons are weapons of deterrence, and that's how Russia is using them right now, to deter as much as it can Western intervention, support for Ukraine. Well, it's effective in that respect that the United States and its allies said that they will not get involved in no way in this conflict, I mean directly. The United States sent some additional troops to Europe, but not very much. American tank and motorized divisions are not really arriving from the United States, where they have been stationed since the end of the Cold War. American Air Force is also not coming in full strength to Europe. So that means the deterrence is working, but the West is also supplying weapons, and their deterrence is not working very well. But nuclear weapons are not really for use, they're for deterrence. And right now the use, you have to threaten your opponent for him to kind of modify his position, for him to think that you're crazy enough to use the nuclear option. But right now it doesn't seem possible in the immediate situation. I don't think that there's a threat of nuclear war just breaking out right now. But of course, things could change. There could be an escalation that could bring us to the nuclear threshold.
You mentioned sanctions earlier. I'm interested in your view on how sanctions are impacting on the Russian war machine, its actual ability to fight this war.
It's not on the war machine itself, but on defense industry, of course, they do, because Russian defense industry, unlike the Soviet Union, used a lot of Western components, Western materials, plastic, steel, and electronics to build or modernize its weapons, and now that's been cut off. Of course, their supplies, their stockpiles, still there, so that means some kind of work is going on. The real effect of sanctions will begin to impact Russia and Russian industry and Russian basic networking of the country, like communications and transport and logistics, somewhere in the fall. When the Russian stockpiles are dried up, Russia hopes to find other sources out of in third world, in China, to replace Western, what she was getting from the West, essential imports. Will that be actually happening or not is not clear, but the sanctions, everyone knows, they begin to really seriously bite also in Russian defense industry somewhere later on. Will it be able to replace the losses? But that's right now not clear.
Pavel Felgenhauer joining us from Moscow. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
As the war rages on, Russia has lashed out at Finland's official bid to join the NATO alliance. The historically neutral nation faced a swift and hostile response to its plans. From the capital Helsinki, Europe correspondent Isabella Higgins reports.
Helsinki has seen conflict come from the east and the west, once controlled by Sweden and later ruled by the Russian Empire. The city square is a constant reminder of life under a Russian Tsar. But the conflict in Ukraine has incited fresh fear about their eastern neighbour.
Finland was attacked by the Soviet Union, and Finland had to fight through the Winter War on its own without any allies. We lost 10% of our national territory.
"89-year-old Harry Blasar remembers when this area was struck during war times.
I was playing around on the street when it started, so that was the first wave of bombing. I thought it was a very sad thing.
Here, some of the thousands of men who died in World War II have been laid to rest. Some Finns say it's a reminder of the challenge of fighting a war alone.
To make sure that that will never ever happen to Finland again, the Finnish public support for NATO has increased tremendously.
Moscow could pose a very real threat to this country. On the other side of this lake is a tiny portion of their shared 1,300-kilometre land border. We're closer here to St. Petersburg than we are to Helsinki. Vladimir Putin warned if it sees Finland expanding its military in this zone, there will be consequences. A large portion of this Karelia region was ceded to the Soviets, and this border country still bears the scars of battle.
If the tank managed to cross the stone line and the mines, and then it would come here and burn the tank with a Molotov cocktail.
Tapio Koskinen's dad guarded these forts. The family were forced to move here after their home was taken over by the Soviets. He feels for the people of Ukraine.
I think I understand, because it's very similar than our situation in 1939.
We're escorted by one of the few Finns allowed to reveal these wartime bunkers.
So mind your head, doors are very low.
These outposts stretch for hundreds of kilometres along the Finnish border. Almost every one of them is engraved with this emblem.
And the meaning, you see, there's a hand with a straight sword and the hand with the curved sword. That's the eternal fight between the West and the East.
Finland's future may be with the West, but it's a choice firmly grounded in history. Isabella Higgins, ABC News, Helsinki.
Well, Stephen Loosley is from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute and he joins me now. Thank you for being with us. You believe that
Pleasure,
Russia
David.
lost this war from the moment it invaded. Just explain your thinking on that.
Well, you look at the cascade of events. For a start, Russia has lost Ukraine forever in terms of the Ukrainian people. The evidence is overwhelming that even Ukrainians who are of Russian background, Russian speakers, have aligned themselves with Kyiv and with the fight against the invaders. Then you have the circumstances of Germany. Russia had always believed, particularly with the centre-left government, they would have harmonious relations with the Germans given the significance of exports of oil and gas. At one stroke, Chancellor Scholz told the Bundestag that Germany was living in a new reality, doubled the defence budget, and began exporting weapons to assist Ukraine, really in defiance of their own law.
Yeah, and of all the sort of increases in defence spending that we've seen all over Europe, I mean, that one in Germany, that pivot, was probably the most stark, wasn't it?
Oh, it is. And it's going to prove to be the most important shift in terms of NATO in Europe. And this is a government of the centre-left. As with the Swedes, a social democratic prime minister, the Swedes have given away 200 years at least of neutrality, now wishing to come in under the NATO umbrella. Now, both Sweden and Finland have been effective partners since 1994, but you have a circumstance in which Finnish membership of NATO, as mentioned in the earlier commentary, brings a 1,300-kilometre border with Russia into focus. With Sweden, they're now militarising the island of Gotland in the middle of the Baltic, past which Russian naval units must pass. Now, you have a circumstance in which NATO has been mobilised very effectively by the Biden administration and actually stretches beyond NATO in terms of the response to the Russian invasion. David, just a while ago, General Austin, the Defence Secretary, US Defence Secretary, convened a meeting in Ramstein, Germany. There are over 40 countries in the contact group. So the response to the Russian invasion has been absolutely enormous. It has shifted opinion massively. Look at Finland, for example. From memory, there are 200 Finnish MPs in Helsinki. 188 voted to join NATO. Where if you look at 2 years ago, there was well short of a majority in Finnish opinion of joining NATO. All this has been brought about by the invasion of Ukraine, the sanctions against Russia that are in play. Some will bite later in the year, there's no question about that, particularly with the banking system. But you have a circumstance in which we are close to living in a bifurcated world, with the dictatorial powers in one corner and the Western democracies and others aligned with the Western democracies in another. It's been an absolutely seismic shift.
The US, Stephen, is still really the linchpin of NATO, you'd have to say. Is there any risk for the US, do you think, with its expansion or potential expansion, that it would have to provide cover or assistance to a greater number of countries in Europe, especially when its real focus is Asia and China?
Well, what has actually happened, and you're absolutely right, the United States is the linchpin of NATO, always has been since it was founded during the time of the Truman administration. But what's actually happened in Europe, with Europe rising to the occasion, refitting their armed forces and adopting a far more determined defensive posture, the United States can actually focus better on Asia, on the Indo-Pacific. And that's happening, and that's been made clear. That's why Secretary Blinken came out to Australia, the US Secretary of State, while the Ukraine crisis was brewing and then exploding. The signal from the US was the focus is on the Indo-Pacific. Europe remains important, as does the Middle East, but the Europeans can now do more to assist themselves. And in terms of what's happening with the support of Ukraine,
with the intelligence gathering that's going on, particularly by the British as well as the US, it has been an extraordinarily effective response by the West to this aggression. Now, ask ourselves, the Baltic states, NATO members, far less likely to be the subject of a Russian invasion than, say, Moldova or Georgia, not NATO members. And part of Putin's strategy appears to be to drive across Ukraine to link up with Transnistria on the border of Moldova. Whether or not he can accomplish that remains to be seen.
Stephen
There's a lot more
from
fierce fighting to go.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you so much for your insights, Stephen Loosley. Great to have you with us.
Pleasure, David.
The International Criminal Court has described Ukraine as a crime scene and said it was carrying out its largest ever investigation there, with plans to open an office in the capital, Kyiv. Since the war began nearly 100 days ago, hundreds of civilians and soldiers have been captured by Russian forces. Some of them have shared harrowing stories of survival.
Metal scaffolding, holding together Khlib's broken pelvis. He also broke his jaw and lost vision in one eye. Khlib is only just taking his first steps. 2 months ago, he was defending Mariupol with the Marines, watching for the enemy.
I turned my head and saw a tank aimed at me. I saw a bright flash. I felt the building collapsing.
He survived, but was captured. No one knew whether he was dead or alive until this video was posted online by his captors. He was taken to a hospital in Russian-occupied territory.
They held a dagger on my leg, up my throat, then led to my ear and said, "It would be nice to cut off your ear." They did it to nearly everyone. I couldn't feed myself because my jaw was broken and I couldn't sit up. But some nurses would taunt me by leaving food down in front of me and say, "Try and eat that, you low-life Ukrainian."
This is Khlib's testimony. We haven't been able to independently verify his claims.
We were lying there without any painkillers or anything. So only my faith and the understanding that I had to survive helped me to carry on.
After 17 days, Khlib was released in a prisoner exchange. This war has seen the Russians take people, citizens, as they try to do two things. Use them as currency in prisoner exchanges, and that's worked in some cases, but they've also tried to crush resistance. For 46 days of captivity, Dmytro Vasilyev refused to pledge allegiance to Russia, despite being born in Moscow. He was a government worker in Kherson region when the invaders moved in.
The worst time was at the end. I was in solitary confinement and heard people being beaten upstairs every day, handcuffed to the radiator. My family was so worried.
Dmytro was also freed after Ukraine negotiated his release.
I'm not a military man, but I will do everything I can for my country to win this war and return our territories.
I want to go back and continue fighting for Ukraine to help bring us victory over Russia.
Well, let's take a look at where the fighting is happening right now in Ukraine. Currently, Russian forces are focused on capturing the cities of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk in the eastern Donbass region. Russian separatists hold significant territory in the Donbass prior to the invasion, and Moscow says its forces are fighting for its, quote, liberation. This represents a shift from Russia's earlier ambitions. Looking back, after bitter fighting on the capital's outskirts, Russian forces finally pulled away from Kyiv in early April, retreating into Belarus and the mother country. A month later, and after weeks of heavy shelling, Russia then withdrew from Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. As Russian forces continued their withdrawal from the north and west, the bombardment of Mariupol intensified. The port city is, of course, key to Russia's control of the southeast coast and the annexed region of Crimea. Mariupol was besieged from day one of the war and finally fell 83 bloody days later with the surrender of soldiers at the Azovstal steelworks. Which brings us to where we are today. Russian forces fiercely seeking to dominate the eastern Donbass region. Russia's foreign minister saying taking control of it is an unconditional priority. Well, on the ground, fighting is raging in Severodonetsk as Russian troops advance towards the centre of the city, which is the last in the Luhansk region to remain outside Russian control. A new Russian commander, General Alexander Dvornikov, is overseeing a refocused invasion, but is he repeating the same mistakes in the campaign in eastern Ukraine that forced Russia to abandon its push to take the entire country? Well, former Australian Army General Mick Ryan joins me now. Mick Ryan, thank you as always for being with us. Just paint for us the picture of yet another shift in this war. Is it working better for Russia than it's gone for it before?
Well, the Russians have learned some things from their time in Ukraine so far. They've certainly learned that they need to narrow down their strategic objectives, and they've also learned that they need to concentrate their forces and not commit them penny-packeted as they were in the north and in the northeast in the early stages of the war. And as we're seeing from their advances over the last couple of weeks, these are starting to work for them. The thing we don't know is how long they can keep up this current offensive.
So there has been a significant adaptation by Russia. It seems it's learning from its mistakes.
I think they are. I mean, they are still having issues with leadership. They've lost a lot of their mid-level leaders in this invasion so far. They're still having some issues with the coordination of air-ground cooperation, but they are learning on the ground, and in particular, they're bringing to bear a particular strength of the Russian army, which is their artillery. They're moving slowly to not expose their logistics like they did in the north, and they're advancing behind heavy barrages of artillery, notwithstanding the fact that this is enormously destructive to civilian infrastructure and kills many, many innocent civilians.
Yeah, on artillery, I mean, we've seen Ukraine also adapting pretty successfully to the use of weapons sent in from the West. Now the US has agreed to send in these high-mobility artillery rocket systems. The key, though, from the US is they're saying that these are to be used inside Ukraine. They're not meant to be shooting across the border into Russia.
Well, the HIMARS system is a very powerful system. Not only can it deploy quickly, shoot and then get out of the way, its range, which is about 70 kilometres with the standard rocket system, which the Americans are going to provide, keeps it well out of the range of most Russian artillery systems. And at the same time, it can cover a large part of eastern Ukraine with a 70-kilometre range.
So can you see any sign that the tide is turning, you know, I mean, in Russia's favour? That they've been on the back foot really since the start of this war?
Well, one of the things with war is the tide shifts constantly. We see a back and forth of advantage between Ukraine and Russia constantly. We see a back and forth in the geographic location of where this war is centred. It would be fair to say the Russians are advancing in the east, but we don't know how long they can do that for. But in order for them to achieve these advances, they've had to concentrate the vast majority of their combat power there. It's left them vulnerable in other parts of the country. And as we've seen over the weekend, the Ukrainians, who are excellent at targeting Russian weaknesses, have launched some counter-offensives around Kherson.
So what about the end game? Can you see, and I've asked you this before, any sign of an off-ramp at this point, or are we strapping in for a very long campaign?
Well, this war will go on as long as both countries have the will to fight it and the physical means to fight it. Both of them have that. The Russians are determined that they will take some kind of success out of this war, and the Ukrainians, as the president said over the weekend, wants to reclaim the territory that's been captured since 24 February. I think we should be steeling ourselves for something that will be quite a long war.
Former Australian Army General Mick Ryan, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Well, by invading Ukraine, Vladimir Putin is potentially destroying the lives of people far from the battleground. The war is battering the global food system. The price of wheat is up almost 60% since the start of the conflict. European leaders just announced a €9 billion aid package for Ukraine and moved to tackle the backlog of Ukrainian crops that is threatening a global food crisis. Well, Deepmala Mala is the Vice President of Humanitarian Affairs at CARE International and joins us from Bangkok. Thanks for being with us. Let's start with Ukraine, this aid assistance package. How important, how crucial is it for the people of Ukraine, and how on earth will aid agencies get that food to those who need it most on the front lines?
Actually, that is a highly relevant and important topic. So let's say that before the 24th of February, the genesis of the current global hunger crisis dated much before due to series of factors. For example, the climate change and climate shocks have affected the agriculture-related livelihoods, forced people to displace their homes, like as in Horn of Africa or the dry corridor of Central America. The economic fallout of COVID-19, increased unemployment, a heightened poverty, and conflict, as you hinted. Today, as we speak, the biggest driver of global hunger is conflict. So while all these people were already in urgent need, and we are talking of 811 million people globally who are going to sleep hungry tonight, a war happens in the region which used to be the breadbasket for North Africa, Middle East, Europe. Russia and Ukraine combined, they account for almost a third of world's wheat and barley, 3/4 of the world's sunflower oil. So in other words, there was already a very, very imminent life-saving crisis needing a humanitarian response. Now, to your point, how on earth are aid agencies going to take the aid to those who need it most? Absolutely. One of the biggest challenges for us is humanitarian access. We cannot save lives when we have grenades showering all over. The international humanitarian law commits all the member states to not destroy and protect civilians and civilian infrastructure. Let aid agencies reach those who are on need. But right now, we have many detriments. One is the insufficient funding, and we really, really welcome the recent announcement of $9 billion. And the other thing which we need along with is the ability to reach those who are most in need, because millions are on the brink of starvation. The time for conversations, preparation, all that is gone.
Yeah. What about the rest of the world? What about, developing countries, particularly in the African continent, the Middle East, that were already having difficulties? Now we're seeing these, food prices, scarcity, food prices going through the roof. We know that hungry people start revolutions. We saw that with the Arab Spring. Is there a risk that this will spark further conflict across the globe?
I would say, as we say, food riots are usually not about food. It is about a deep sense of injustice. It is a sense of dissatisfaction with how the governance system is running. So those risks definitely run very, very high. Food and hunger is not about food production only. Drought is natural. Famine and starvation is not natural. It is driven by political motivations. It may often be driven by conflict. So it is all very, very interconnected. The war which is happening in Russia and Ukraine is affecting the rest of the world much, much more strongly. So we were already battling or trying to address a humanitarian crisis of 811 million people going hungry. And then we face a crisis which affects the food supplies. For example, we all have heard about the humanitarian crisis in Syria. What is happening now? Syria imports 1.5 million metric tons of wheat from Russia every year. Where does it come through? From the Black Sea. So A, if Russia is on war, and B, if the Black Sea becomes a military zone,
we'll have to wrap it up soon.